5 months boggers. This has been so much fun. But FRIO a lot to you guys, and I'm forever in debt for all you have taught me. Love you all and never change. Has. Hog 7 months. Has mods. Our baby has a six-pack and knows way too much about dialectical materialism. Hassle baby. Let's go, Has. Hogu. (1878) best year of my life. White people happy.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from a sunny day in California, Los Angeles. Live from sunny California, Los Angeles. It's been a while since I've said that, because honestly, it hasn't really been too sunny these past couple of days. It's very bummy.
Love you, Hasan,
very bummy. We are live and alive, boys, girls, and MBs. I hope you're all having a fantastic day. It's an automatic fantastic day for most. Not all, but most. And that is, of course, because it is May 14, 2021, 11:08 a.m. And that happens to be a Friday, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Motherfucking Friday, baby. Let's go.
You know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday, hey, let's go, what, hey, no you did.
Hasan in chat.
Yep, that's right, boys. It's Friday. Hope everybody is having a great one. Maybe you're not, but hopefully we'll
There's
be.
an official music video for this.
Hopefully you'll have a great one. Hopefully it'll change around, you know? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. I don't know what the fuck's going on right now. But I finally went to the P.O. box, and my God, I put that shit off for like a week and a half, dude, and it was insane. Okay, the amount of stuff that you guys sent me. If you snipe this, you win. Do I? I think you win if I snipe that. You got a house yet or no? No. That house that I really liked. The house that I really liked. There was another person, despite the fact that it was on the market for a long ass time, there was another person that was apparently interested in it, but they were not decisive about whether they wanted it or not. And then I think the seller's agent used me as a way to, you know, push those guys into a purchase. So like, basically, like, literally these guys were apparently not giving an offer to the fucking house for 3-4 weeks, and then the first moment I say I'm gonna fucking probably buy this, I really like this a lot, let's get moving, they put an offer on it. So yeah, they used me to put pressure. I think that's so shitty. Guys, I've been in sales. Like, I know what it takes to make a sale. It is very difficult. You do ungodly things, okay, unspeakable acts to get that commission. I did sales, so I know. Let me tell you something. Real estate agents are the sharkiest of salespersons, okay? Like, they are worse than car salesmen. Maybe like, yeah, I feel like they're worse than car salesmen, honestly.
Yeah.
What kind of sales you do? Ad sales. I built the Young Turks' own like in-house direct ad sales team. They are literally just, that's how you make commission in reality. It's got to get dirty. Yeah, but like, and they're making like a lot of money. You know what I mean? It's
Just
like, it's not like a little bit, but shut the fuck up. My dad's a commercial real estate broker and he gets fucked constantly because of how honest he is. Yeah, that's okay. Well, then maybe he shouldn't be so fucking honest, bitch. No wonder your salary was so low. Yeah, but there's still a minimum that you're supposed to get paid. Especially when you're building out the fucking sales team. Like, you can't just be like, oh, you're going to make commission. So, like, build out the advertisement operations side. Build out a fucking cold calling, like, client list. Develop relationships with a bunch of buyers and sellers. To get a better understanding of the space right out of fucking college. There is no, it's still illegal to just be like, oh yeah, because you're gonna get fucking commission, we're just gonna pay you $21,000. Yeah, it's the same concept as telling waiters and waitresses like, don't worry, you'll just get tips, dude. Where are all the introverts that avoid sales jobs like the freaking plague? It's terrible. It's a shit job. It's a hard job, dude. You have to service motherfuckers like crazy. I mean, you get paid a lot if you're very good at it. But I've definitely done that. I know. Anyway, listen. Listen. My point is, it's sharky as fuck, okay? So what ends up happening is, like, I put a fucking offer, like, the other sales, like the seller's agent revokes the other person's offer so I can put an offer as well. So now it's a multi-offer. I'm just explaining this adult stuff to you guys. I don't know if it's boring or not, but you know, this is like shit that I'm learning from my personal experience. Thank you for the 10 gift subs, Coffee Dave. So I don't know if it's like I don't know if it's like entertaining for other people as well. It's just a very unique thing for me personally. Anyway, so now there's a multi-offer, right? There's a multi-offer situation where my offer is put in and their offer is put in. They come back with a counter that's higher, and then you come back with another counter that's a little bit lower, right? So you're supposed to meet in the middle. There's like a negotiations process, but they're throwing a bid out there too. So basically, what happened is they asked, I said, I put a lower counter, and then they wanted their original counter, basically. They wanted their original counter, and when I said yes to the original counter, they were like, just kidding. It's actually going to be even more than their original counter. I'm like, okay, well then what the fuck am I doing? Like, all right, tomorrow it's going to be more then. Fuck this. So, and I think like my real estate like agent probably didn't think that I would be so aggressive at like not getting into a bidding war. And I was like, yeah, fuck it, dude. Yeah, nah, fuck that. I'm not going to be fucking shook down like a goddamn noob. I'm not into this. So I said, no. And it's the same principle with like the fucking insane boosted interest rates. You've seen that with the other offer, or are they just raising the price on you? I don't know who the other guy is. You don't know. You're not even supposed to know that there's like another offer or what that is. It's illegal for them to tell you.
Hello Hasan, how are you doing today?
Real estate market is so dumb. They just keep coming back and asking for more money for no reason. I ended up buying a new construction and waiting a year to have it built. Yeah, I don't know about that. So yeah, agents try to shake down their buyers too. It's so fucking shitty. I mean, I don't think my agent was trying to shake me down for the amount of like, because the percentage that they were gonna get extra was like negligible in comparison to what I had already signed off for. You know what I mean? It's like they're not fucking trying to shake me down for like 2% of 2%. You know what I mean? So there's plenty of empty homes in LA. Fuck a bidding war. Yeah, well, that's true, but there's also an insane amount of people buying, apparently. Also, I would never fucking go and buy like one of those luxury high-rise developments in like downtown LA. I think it's fucking terrible. Like that shit it's dog shit. Like I'd rather get like a nice place. Anyway, like with a little bit of character. Their primary goal is to get you to buy any house, really. Yeah.
7 months boggers.
Everybody's buying and builders are hitting supply issues, apparently. Yeah. I thought Cali was bleeding people and everyone's moving out. Yeah, middle class people and poor people are moving out. But like, let's be real, the housing market that I'm in, I guess, is never going to have a issue like that, because it's not fucking like, it's not like a middle class house exclusively because of the area that I want to live in. Like if I want to live in West Hollywood, like you're not competing with fucking regular middle class folks. It's just the truth. Like,
Free Palestine, hooray, 11
my neighbor treated us like shit for years, was selling the house, and when the buyers wanted to talk to me, I mentioned the house was 150K above market. Nice. Hell yeah, dude. Would you get banned if you watched the Vice documentary Mayor on stream? I think so.
Ayan Pogo, Ayan Pogo, Ayan Pogo, Ayan Pogo, Ayan Pogo, Ayan Pogo.
I'm an architecture student and can confirm the market is insane. So many firms have insane loads of work. Rural areas are booming. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people moving out, like middle class and poorer people are moving out of cities to try to find, like, you know, if you have a family, you don't want to live in a fucking apartment, you're not going to be able to buy a single family home in Los Angeles. Like, it's insane. It's literally insane. You have to have at least, like, I don't know what the average house price is in Los Angeles, but if you want to live in like the surrounding fucking LA region, like, even if you go to the valley, houses are still like $1 million plus. So
11 months,
like, in order to get something like that, let's say you have to put 20% down, right? Like, that's a lot of fucking money that you need to have as a nest egg, and then also make payments on. So it's I'm talking about houses, by the way, guys. I'm not talking about apartments. For apartments, it's a little different, of course. But even apartments are fucking expensive because it's Los Angeles.
Okay, man, Hasan.
So my grandma lives in Downey and her shifty house is 800K. Yeah, remote work explosion during the pandemic. People don't need to pile into cities for shit like software engineering as they traditionally have. That's true as well, even though that's probably going to change. But I like that people are solidifying their positions as like living in the rural areas, because that will make it harder for people to find. That will add additional stress to the labor market, in the sense that, like, it'll be a tighter labor market, and basically companies will have to literally allow you to remotely work and shit. So who even sustain a 2-bedroom apartment in LA with a 75K combined income?
Just got my wisdom teeth out.
No, I don't know.
Good to see Michael's legacy doing good.
No. A 2-bedroom apartment? Fuck no, dude. Are you fucking nuts? A 1-bedroom apartment is like in the fucking, depending on where you go, is gonna be around the fucking 800,000 to, like, it just depends on how much cash you can put down up front, I guess. Because a mortgage on that, depending on what your credit score is, depending on what kind of interest rates you can get, interest rates are pretty low still. Like,
got my second Bill and Melinda Gates microchip today, waiting for the forced feminization to begin.
like I mean, if you're talking about renting, then yeah, 75K, you could, 75K, not each though, 75K. 2-bedroom would be very difficult. Apartments are rented, condos are sold, whatever. You know what I fucking mean, dude.
Yo, you are literally starting to look like Craig Goliath.
What the fuck?
Love you. Shout out to the Logan PSD wastewater treatment plant and all of my fellow municipal workers.
Why the fuck would you say that, dude? That's fucking terrifying. Okay? I do not look like
Happy Friday, chat.
Craig Elias.
All have a great day. Love you, Daddy Has.
I make over 6 figures a year and I can barely live in San Francisco. Of course. $852,648 is the average house price in LA as of April 2021, according to Zillow. Wow. That's very expensive. I told you. It's very, very expensive. I live in a 222 in East Hollywood and actually had a dishwasher, but I was so surprised it was actually affordable. I mean, yeah, East Hollywood, like downtown, you might get lucky in like the neighborhoods that are just gentrifying right now. I got my place over 10 other offers because I put down 40% of the purchase price and had pre-approved financing. Yeah, I have all of that. It doesn't matter. Maybe that's why it's like I'm working with a fucking broker that like exclusively works with fucking YouTubers and shit. So it's like he knows idiots who are bad with money and have like bad credit. So that's not the issue. The difference between me and like a 16-year-old TikTok celebrity is that I'm 29 years old. So when I see a fucking interest rate that's like, when I see an interest rate for a jumbo loan at 5%, I'm like, what? Like, no, that's fucking nuts.
Consider moving outside of LA?
You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure like if you're fucking 16 years old from Iowa and you know, you're like getting a house because you think you're gonna make the money that you're making currently on TikTok forever or some shit, you're like, fuck yeah, dude, I'll fucking dance my way into this house. Like, I don't give a shit. I'm like, no. $800 credit score is worth more than $100,000, depending on how much, what kind of loan you're looking at. It could be more than that.
My parents are moving to Northridge and
5% isn't insane. I bought in 2015. It was 4% non-jumbo. What were interest rates in 2015 in comparison to now, though? Like a regular like government protected, a government insured loan is still at 2.9 right now.
Four-month swoop.
Oh my god. Wait, is this true? What the fuck? Oh my god.
If Craig Goliath is terrifying,
Oh my god, boys. Anyway, aside from the boring housing shit, I have a 777 credit score. Is that bad? No, it's really good. It's pretty fucking good. It's really good, actually. Good job. I don't know if you were just memeing or not, but oh my lord, boys. Breaking news. Oh shit. Representative Matt Gaetz' associate Joel Greenberg, remember, who Matt Gaetz urged to run for office in Florida, will plead guilty to 6 of 33 federal charges, and he has agreed to cooperate fully with the United States in the investigation and prosecution of other persons. Oh no, dude. Oh no. You know what that means, dude. You know what that fucking means, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Oh, wait, I thought this was the fucking meme. God damn it, dude. It's not the meme. Is this the meme? Oh, here, this is the meme.
I thought I had it all together, but I was led astray. The day you walked away, you were the clock that was ticking in my home. Changed my state of mind.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Love so hard to
Matt
we got
Gaetz.
him.
Yup. Yup. That's not looking too good, dude. That's not looking too good for our boy Gaetz, dude. Matthew Jebediah Gaetz. Explain? Okay, so this is Matt
Happy
Gaetz
fucking Friday,
says,
got him poggers.
ironic that R. Kelly's in that video. Yeah. Matt Gaetz is an interesting fellow. Okay, he's
Yo.
he's big time homies with Joel Greenberg in Florida, who literally fucking admitted to like sex trafficking of minors and paying to have sex with minors and things like that, and straight up like a goddamn leaky faucet or turned into a fucking fire hose, revealed everything. It was like, yeah, we're boys with Matt Gaetz, totally fucking paid for Matt Gaetz to have sex with minors. We did it over Venmo. Matt Gaetz's fucking payments were public on Venmo. Like, just wild shit. Greenberg says he and other adult men engaged in commercial sex acts with minors. Greenberg says he witnessed the other men having sex with a minor. What is going on in Florida? Why? Why is it always Florida? Someone explain to me what the fuck is happening in Florida. What is happening in Florida? Nobody understands. It is just cursed, dude. A cursed territory. I don't know what it is. Is it something in the water? What happens in Florida?
Seven months hassle.
Once again, I repeat my original take that we should, one, do an immediate extraction of all Floridians that want to leave, find them an area to resettle, okay, and then wall it off, and then purge every Republican to Florida. A two-state solution, okay? I've said this before. I will say it again. We personally extract every motherfucker that does not want to live in Florida, that wants to be free of the Florida curse. This is a multiple year long process where we go in and we make sure that there is like a border swap, okay? Kind of like Greece and Turkey, okay? We find housing. We build developments. We find housing. This will be robust. I mean, this will be economic improvement. You know, there's a lot of jobs required. Okay. You do a border swapping, and then you build the fattest fucking wall. I've said this before. You take all the parts of the wall that are on the US-Mexico southern border and make sure that there's like multiple layers, like Attack on Titan, where we just wall off Florida in its entirety. Okay. So then we take every Republican that's just wilding out. We just take every Republican that's just wilding out on the timeline and we settle them in Florida. We're like, sorry, that's a one-way ticket to Florida for you. Because I feel like they'll just have so much fun amongst themselves. Okay. we'll even create a jobs program for liberals to like fly in and you know, be like liberals that they can own. You know what I mean? Like, we'll do a jobs program where they're just like owning the libs. You know, we send in liberals to be like, oh my God, like, I don't want you to be transphobic. And then like fucking, they can all just yell at that person and be like, oh, no, never. I'll never say they, them, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a jobs program that keeps on giving. Because like, you build a pipeline, it's infrastructure spending, and it's like 1,000 jobs for the first 2 years while you're building the pipeline. And then it's fucking 54 jobs for upkeep. If we do the Florida plan, not only is it like multiple years of construction, multiple houses that you need to fucking build, shit like that, okay? But then also, it's a job that keeps on giving. You need thousands of liberals to constantly fucking fly into Florida so they can sit on dunk tanks, basically, and have like Republicans throw fucking tomatoes at them and throw you know, throw shit at that little like hot button or whatever that makes you fall into the dunk tank, like in a carnival. Like, that's what we need to do. Okay? So that's what I think. And we talk about how bad open air prisons and ethno states are all week, asking for a friend. Yes. But the difference is, I feel like Florida Hamas.
At HasanAbi Matthews.
Florida Hamas.
GAETZ.
Bro, there are too many teenagers in Florida. They won't be safe around so many libertarians. So that's what I was going to say. Anyone under the age of 18 gets forcibly extracted from Florida regardless. And then the other part of it, yeah, I did not forget about the child extraction. So there's another part of this process. Now, the reason why I think this is a jobs program that's endless is because, well, they're always fucking, right? Which means they're always going to have children. And children are automatically innocent. So you need to do an extraction program where you come in with helicopters and you grab the children to make sure that they're not indoctrinated to the Florida lifestyle or get sexually abused by these psychopathic conservative Floridians. So we need to also fucking, you know, save the children. So, you know, there you go. There's militancy. We find a common enemy. You know, it's just great. I can't wait for Crowd to do a piece about this rant right now. Okay, all jokes aside. Just don't put GAETZ in charge of the... Well, GAETZ is in Florida. He can remain as a Florida politician.
Hassle.
Yeah, we repurpose Disney World, or is it Disneyland? We repurpose Disneyland as like a liberal bubble, okay? Where the theme park is where you go, Disney World, is the theme park that conservatives go to yell at liberals. Okay? It would make so much money. It's like Florida is the only state being affected by it being built on ancient Indian burial grounds. Anyway, I've already started doing the news without fucking tweeting out that I'm live. Totes forgot about that, but time to do that real quick. Let me just tweet out that I'm live. Daycare is open on this Friday. Matt Gaetz breaking news. More Israel-Palestine coverage.
Told myself I'm a
might finally watch a Ben Shabibo video
and also say anti-Semitic
and
shit.
More get what? Someone in the lobby at Hitler PP started out with homophobia and all chat proceeded to say the N-word and also say anti-Semitic shit. Of course, dude. From what I understand, I mean, it's Siege, boys. Like, what are you talking about? What were you expecting? You can't play Siege without hearing the N-word. Like, it's just not happening. Remember when there was like a weekend of free Siege and I literally fucking downloaded it. This was way back in the day. There was like one weekend where it was like, come play Siege for the weekend. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Like, I'm going to try this out. And I downloaded it. And literally every match, someone was saying the N-word. Like every match, dude. It's crazy. I did. I played it for like a weekend and I never touched it again. I was like, nope, that's like Florida to me. Okay. Just stay away. Just stay right there. Okay. Resident Evil 6 is fun. Rainbow Six is fun with friends, not by yourself. Yeah, well, it's worse than CSGO because in CSGO, the biggest flamers are fucking Turkish. So they're saying, or Russian. So they're saying shit that is like unspeakable, but you don't understand it because they're saying it in like Russian or in Turkish. So you don't even hear it. Or in Portuguese. You know what I mean? Trust me, they're saying whatever the version of the N-word is, just in their own language. Whereas it's like Rainbow Six, you're playing against 12-year-olds who are just fucking psycho good. I don't know why. And they're deriving all of their power from drawing swastikas with their guns and also saying the N-word. Like bullet hole swastikas and saying the N-word. I don't know how, but they just like it's like oxygen to these motherfuckers. You know what I mean? It's like they have to get it out.
Also,
it is like weirdly one of the untouched corners of the internet that resembles like old school fucking Xbox Live lobbies. It's awful. Anyway, daycare's open on this Friday. Matt Gates breaking news. Oh no. More Israel-Palestine coverage. Might finally watch a Ben Shabibo video and more. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Okay, I'm going to get back to the former GAETZ confidant shit in one moment because I sent this video on accident to Felix Biederman earlier today when I was trying to send it to myself. And he responded with, I literally just sent this to a group chat. I sent it to myself because I wanted to start Friday off on a high note. On a note that says, you know, fuck racism. Like, all my homies hate racism. And that is... is this ska? Is that what this is called? Yeah, we're going to look at the Empire Files shit, too. It's crazy. It's really... Abby Martin is fucking killing it. Anyway. I want to give you guys a trigger warning. This is incredible cringe. Like, incredible levels of cringe. Nuclear amounts of cringe incoming, okay? This is a cluster strike of cringe. Okay, here it is. Fuck! I also blew out your ears. My bad.
would you say
this isn't ska? It's just shitty Britpop, I guess. So I think,
aka intervening with military
on the one hand, I think about like,
thanks for the take, love you, and
I think about all of the death and destruction that England has caused around the world. Okay.
Hey Hasan, my
some of which we think about, like, you know, some of which is still going on. Like, we talk about Israel-Palestine, like, the UK had a huge fucking component, played a huge colonial role in the development of the state of Israel and the way that they went about it, right? So, like, so I think about that, and then on the side, I think about this, and I'm like, I don't know which one is the worst war crime. to be honest with you. Like, I don't know. Like, on the one hand, you have like Winston Churchill doing genocide fuck, oh my god, justifying genocide of Bengals, right? And then on the other hand, you have this, and I'm thinking like the Bengal famine or this. It's a no, I'm just kidding. Okay, British people aren't even real, bro. They're from Boston. Okay, well, okay, so. Why does he sound British if he's not British? I blame the Romans for even touching that island. If they're from Boston, I'm ashamed to be from Mass. This is filmed in Boston. Who does he mean when he says George? It's George Floyd. It's as bad as you think. It's literally when he says Georgie. When he's saying Georgie, please stay. They took your breath away. Like, what do you think he? Oh my God! You guys didn't even realize what the song was about.
26 months Italians rise up hassle.
Why is he dancing like this? I still have a dream rooted in the American dream. Like, it's ska, bro? Is that how you dance the ska?
Brain, man.
He's a rude boy. Leave it to the MMBT to make something this bad. The Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, The Killing of Georgie Part 3. Shut the fuck up, dude. What city of Boston is missing is a statue of Ben doing this dance. I didn't know I needed an entire Ben dancing vid, and I'm happy I got it. It's called Skanking. That's the dude's only role in the band. All that guy does is dance straight up. What? There's like 2, 3 of them now. Wait, shut up. There's no way that like, there's no way that like a guy's job is to just dance in this weird way. Okay, well, I mean, the only thing I really didn't think that anything would touch this. You know what I mean? Back when this dropped, back when David Guetta dropped this and ended racism, I straight up didn't think that it was going to be it was ever going to be topped.
The world is going through difficult times, and America too, actually. So last night I knew we were gonna do this, and I made a special record. So this record is in honor of George Floyd, and I really hope we can see more unity and more peace when already things are so difficult. So shout out to his family.
It gets better. Martin Luther.
Even though we face difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. I have a dream.
Dude, I've never, like, this. Can racism fucking withstand, like, centuries of colonialism, exploitation, mass genocide, rape, enslavement of human beings, removing them and removing them from their homes, robbing them of their ethnicities, okay, completely wiping them out, and then David Guetta comes in, okay? David Guetta just fucking comes in and drops this track. Done. I've never even, dude, it's just done. First, Kendall Jenner came in hot with the Pepsi, offered it to a cop, defeated police brutality. That's why we have no more police brutality. And then David Guetta came in with this beat and dropped it directly on the head of the CEO of racism. It's done. The first time you showed it? No, this is not the first time I showed it. I showed this in my old apartment, I'm pretty sure. The first time I ever showed it was like during the actual like George Floyd this came out literally during the George Floyd protests. Like the real OG first time I ever watched this was way back in the day. Shout out to his family. Called the racism factory and they had to fire all the workers. Yep. No more, dude. I'm still waiting for the Palestine remix. You know what I'm saying? Like kind of fucked up that David Guetta literally ended racism but won't end the Israeli-Palestinian struggle from Palestinians. Like, why? David Guetta will literally end racism but won't end the occupation. It's kind of fucked up. You have this power. Why won't you use it? It's really fucked up. Yeah. David Guetta needs to mix some HasanAbi trance banger. Yeah. He has like, listen, I am speaking this into existence. If he does this shit, I'll lose it, dude. Ska came before reggae, you know that, right? Dude, I don't know that. And also, I don't care. I'm not like some fucking, I'm not even making like the argument. You're arguing with me thinking that I already said like ska is racist or some shit. And you're like, ska came before reggae, right? Like, okay, dude, sure. I don't care. Like, I don't give a fuck. Okay? Calm your fucking weirdo like Facebook group of ska lovers down. Okay? It's a meme, Hasan? Whoa, okay. It's a Funhouse reference. I don't fucking know what it is, but like it's a Bruce Green reference. Deadmau5 thoughts on. Better yet, David Guetta needs to drop some fat beats on the CCP and help out the Uyghurs. Imagine David dropping a hot fire that solves all the problems in the.
Where does the term ska come from? What does it mean?
Also, ska.
Why would I know this? Why would I know this? Why would I know what this is? What the fuck is Funhouse?
Is actually long before reggae. You know that ska came before reggae? In terms of the word ska, there was I think it was the sound of the upbeat, or who gives a shit. But
it's the sound checkered shoes make on vinyl circuit.
What is this meme, dude? It's like, you can't listen, motherfucker. You're not allowed to make. You're not allowed to like reference a meme if it only has 30,000 views. Okay? Like if the video of the meme has 30,000 views, it's not enough. It hasn't reached a certain fucking level where you're like,
keep up the great content.
Normie millennial humor. I have no idea what this is. I'm angrier than I was before. Fuck, I need to cool down. Hold on. Oh, I need to cool down. I need to cool down with the guy that I learned who just dances. Who just dances.
What is on your mind? We were so close to something that we all could get behind. We were almost shaking hands, making progress, making plans, and we could have made a difference, but the stars were not aligned.
So what's up with ska? Like, do they just never rhyme? They just decided like rhyming conventions? Fuck that. Like, as long as we speak to the beat and it seems like we're fucking singing, like, they just don't need the... It rhymes? Motherfucker, did you listen to so much of this music that you now have brain damage and can't comprehend words? Like, he literally goes... We could have made a difference, but the stars were not aligned. Explain to me how that rhymes, dude. I feel like I lost, like, I forgot what words were in the beginning that might have rhymed with the fucking... Right, it rhymes with the line before, do you know music theory? No. Where'd he go? He's dancing in nowhere, dude. Listen, dude. Listen, if you don't, I'm gonna say something to white people, okay? Non-white people, look away, okay? Listen, wait, let me get closer. White people, are you listening? Okay, all the non-whites left. Let me tell you something, okay? If you don't literally give a shit about like black people as human beings and how they get targeted disproportionately by police brutality,
love the subtitles on this song.
Okay, try to end, you know, systemic racism, because this will continue. Okay, I'm just saying, like, try to end systemic racism or else this kind of cringe shit is going to continue. Okay, if you don't care about the humanity of black and brown people, just do it to save face. You understand me? That's all I'm going to say. Okay, I hope. All right, everyone can come back in. We're good. Wait, hold on. I got one more. Also, I don't know why people make fun of mayonnaise. I think it's fine as a condiment. Like, I don't know why everyone's constantly saying, like, I think it gets a bad rap. Okay.
Hi, nice to see you.
We're back. All right, let's continue. I said nothing that is weird or anything like that. I mean, I love that he's just jamming, dude. Oh my God, is he storming the Capitol, dude? It sounds like a children's nursery rhyme for edgy white guys with bad hair and hygiene. Yeah, where are the fucking rhyming convention geeks now, dude? These motherfuckers out here rhyming a dream with American dream. Like what's up, dude? Do you have a PhD in musical theory? Because I do, and that's the only way you can appreciate the rhyming of a dream with American dream. Okay? That's MLK. Dude, it doesn't matter. MLK wasn't rhyming. Why are you... Oh my God. I want to die, dude. Like, I'm not literally... I'm not judging. Dude, yeah. Yo, MLK's speech was all right, but like, he didn't fucking rhyme, dude. It's kind of fucked. Oh, dude. Yeah, dude. He would have ended racism way. He didn't end racism like David Guetta did because he just wasn't rhyming, dude, while he was reading his famous speech. Also, the fucking dancing just like does not match the energy. I didn't realize so many people were gonna look at this and be like aggressively anti-me. I think you guys got too used to just like shitting on me or some shit. But like, how are you sitting here defending this? When the subtitles disappear, I can't understand them. Ska is just white people reggae. Hasan, even though this music is absolute trash, you're not allowed to comment or critique on music. You are a self-admitted non-lover of music. No, I don't. First of all, I never said I don't love music. I just said I don't listen to music because I'm too busy listening to fucking podcasts even when I'm working out. All I will say is this guy seems like a really nice person, though. I don't know why, but the only thing I got out of this is if I saw a dude dressed like this, like middle-aged, balding white dude who's just dancing like this, I'd be like, oh, he seems like a pleasant person. Come on, dude. You can admit that this seems like a cute middle-aged man, okay? Straight up. The most cringy displays of allyship are made in earnest if misplaced genuine kindness. Yeah. I don't know. How fucking long is this? It's very long, dude. I'm sorry. It's just like white people still won't stop doing a cultural genocide. Okay, it's just that's what I learned from this. All right, that's what I learned from this, dude. I didn't see a single POC in this video. Dude, they're in Boston. What do you mean? Everyone is a person of color. They're all Irish.
Whoa.
I love that. I straight up love that. Yeah, we're gonna look at the Abby Martin video. Hold on. I love that I just learned that there is a fucking dude and his only purpose is to dance. I love that. Straight up. I didn't realize that it's very long, by the way. This song could have been half the length. Ska has a history of vaguely cringy social justice stuff Little Fingers in the 80s, but it was not invented by white people. They're all POC, persons of Catholicism. Okay, we're done. We're moving away from this, okay? To go back to like actual ethnic cleansing, okay? Not just jokes. We're gonna go back to Israel-Palestine. Obviously, though, before I get there, it is top of the hour, so I gotta transition away from that to this with a 60-second ad break, okay? If you'd like to no longer see the ads, of course, you can subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free. Gonna ignore the black guy in the band after the whole chat points him out. Lol, says leftist Jared. Oh, great. I was too busy saying that
22 months.
Irish people are POC instead, and very clearly making jokes instead. Oh shit, dude. There's a black guy in the band. I don't know why the black guy in the band did not have a point to make about how this is not exactly the most tasteful thing to do. POC sounds a lot like colored. Lefties are the true races, confirmed. Fucking got him, dude.
You would.
We interviewed the shit out of the mighty Boss Knows full-time dancer. No, I love this guy. I actually unironically love this guy. The fact that all he does is dance is awesome. No, it's not really the baby. My friend in Jordan said people are crossing the border to go into Palestine. Anyway, okay. We're gonna watch this. Fuck, I just forgot to mention it. Yeah, if you use your Twitch Prime, you won't see the ads anymore. Here it is. Here's the ad break now. And okay, let's get serious.
Pogo.
It is verified. It is him. No, dude, it's someone with a verified account that changed their name and profile to the baby to like probably dupe people. But I mean, it's a fun little gimmick. You know, I don't mind it. I wonder how many people have like probably reacted in the cringiest way possible to be like, oh my god, it's the baby. Like, please, bro, let's collab, bro. You're in my chat right now. You know what I mean? Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Let's collab right now. Yeah, it's the real DaBaby, and that's why the real DaBaby is saying, yeah, let's go over and over again. That's all he says. Oh my god, DaBaby, it's you. Please collab with me. Oh, fuck. I mean, I shouldn't even be shitting on people like that because, like, I mean, it'd be pretty tight, but...
Have you ever had to knock on wood? Because I know someone who has. It makes me wonder if I could. It makes me wonder if I never had to knock on wood.
You're tearing out the hearts of older millennials. This was their time, dude. White dudes who looked indistinguishable from the lead singer of Smash Mouth, love ska, and can't accept it was a garbage fad like most of the 90s. I don't know enough about ska, so I can't... I'm not going to speak on it. Isn't it like Sublime and shit, dude? Yeah, I mean, whatever. Great. Anyway, okay. Misgive baited Aiden Ross with the baby.
Is he there? Are they? Oh, they're adding the baby! Yes!
Oh shit, the baby in the chat, ain't it?
Shut up. Oh, he actually is! What the fuck?
I told you, nigga. What the fuck?
The baby. Say you're a Miskif fan. Say you're a Miskif fan. Say you're a Miskif fan. Be like,
yes.
I'm Miskif's boy.
Shut up. Check out the Aquabats. They're a ska band that pretends to be superheroes. Bro, please, bro. Let's collab, bro. I love you, bro. Let's go. I keep saying, let's go, bro. Okay. All right. Like I said, we're no longer doing ska shit. We're getting to you know, actual we're getting to actual news. Okay, there you go. I didn't know what ska was until today, and I kind of wish it stayed that way. Okay, so Abby Martin went and interviewed like regular Israelis. Okay, not just like, because a lot of people will often say that hatred towards Palestinians and the justification of like these endless bombing campaigns and stuff like that is not necessarily the majority opinion, and instead it is simply the opinion of like some religious extremists on the right. And while there are obviously Israelis out there who are fucking leftists, and Israelis out there who side with the Palestinians, and I'm talking about Israel in specific, in general. I'm not talking about like American Jews or Jews around the world or anything like that. But in Israel, the point of view on Palestine has shifted throughout the years into more and more militancy becoming normalized, and the Bibi Netanyahu administration has played a significant role in that. Okay, and this video, this video I think shows or does a decent job at showcasing what a lot of the points of view of regular Israeli people. So not only that though, but I'm also going to talk about like why this is not abnormal, because of course they fucking feel this way. After all, like, we can make an identical analogy to Americans and their point of view on the George W. Bush administration, George W. Bush, or what the American military has done, and what kind of broad support Americans offer to, like, straight up fucking bloodthirsty war criminals.
Self-report.
Right?
Israelis have to take over, and they have to kick them.
Hold on.
Kick them away. It will be much better. Not to kill them, just to go back to Arab countries.
But it's really rightfully ours if you look at the history and at like the wars, and we didn't even start a lot of the wars. And we conquered these places rightfully, like it's ours.
1,400 years later, we come back. Now, I'm not saying that we can blame the people living here for what happened, but you gotta accept that that's some kind of divine justice, that their great-great-great-great-grandfathers kicked my great-great-great-grandfather out of here, and then we come back, and all of a sudden they're like, well, no, we don't want it, it's not fair.
I think that the Jews came here, they took this...
I mean, you hear this shit in my chat. There have been hella people in my chat, like, Zionists that defend the occupation in here. They use similar terms. It's not like all that different from gray name takes that I've been hearing here. Yeah, the Roman ancestors of Palestinians
land, and this is our land now, and I don't think there should be here no Arabs. Like Arabs, they want, we gave them Gaza, they should go live there quietly. If they want, they should go back to Iraq, I don't know, to wherever they want.
I'm seeing that we need to...
In Palestine has a group of Nazis. What do you think, Hasan? Like, how is that a justification for these motherfuckers to speak about the entirety of Palestinians living there as though they should be rid of like vermin, which is ironically identical to Nazi rhetoric. So does America, motherfucker. Like, what kind of dumb take is that?
כן, כן, תגידי לי את המילה הזאת.
I don't think there's any answer to it. Really? There's only one way, like, I would carpet bomb them.
You would carpet bomb them?
It's the only way you could deal with it. Like, or try to stop them a different way. It never worked.
I think that we're miserable.
The meme is, these are the least nationalist people in Israel.
The Arabs make a פיגועים and we need to kill Arabs.
I think another thing that the Jews should have rights to hate them. I think we have the right to hate them. I don't see a reason why not. I wouldn't trust any of them.
Nazi rhetoric is super popular among Palestinians 6 and up. Bro, is that like, are you making a joke? Are you being serious? Like, that's, you think that's like who calculated this? Like, what kind of psychotic, yeah, I'm just gonna fucking ban you, honestly. Like, what an insane fucking take, dude. Nazi rhetoric is super popular amongst Palestinians 6 and up, he says. Anyway,
אין מצב שיהיה פה שלום בארץ.
Why not? I wouldn't trust any of them.
אין מצב שיהיה פה שלום בארץ. אי אפשר לעשות איתם שלום, הם תמיד שונאים אותנו. אם אי אפשר לעשות שלום והמצב ככה לא יכול להישאר, אז צריך לטפל בהם בדרכים אחרות, אין מה לעשות.
I think we should give them a country. If you're doing any problem, you just go in there to give them a country and then it's...
Oh, shit. Interesting. Really? I wonder what happened that justified giving the Jews their own homeland. Like, dude, it is so unaware. He's just like, he's like, okay, you know, we wanted to give Jews their own homeland as a consequence of pogroms. So now that we're doing the fucking ethnic cleansing and pogroms, like, we should just give them their own country. Oh wait, when we talk about the occupied West Bank territory, an international human rights violation, a fucking crime, okay? Like, where do you think the Palestinians that are currently subject to removal from their homes in Sheikh Jarrah, where do you think they came from? Like, what happened? Oh, wait, they literally gave them those homes because they were already displaced from their original fucking homes.
Pogroms.
It's going to be a war between countries, you know? If they're going to throw rockets, we're going to throw one big one and done.
We're going to do one big one and done. So, what the fuck is the UN during all this? Dude, the UN is a bunch of fucking feckless cowards. They're gutless. They have nothing. Like, the UN already is like powerless regardless. All they can do is finger wag. And they can't even fucking finger wag because America keeps blocking the UN Security Council from even investigating what's going on or even having meetings to talk about like a potential ceasefire in Palestine. Like, literally, we are doing this. We are the #1 advocates of ethnic cleansing in Palestine. Okay, just remember that.
7 months. Yep. Keep it up, Hasan.
UN more like the League of Evil. The UN was purposely made powerless by the United States at its founding. Like, the UN can't even do anything, but they can't even fucking finger wag, dude. So that's the other part of the problem. The UN has people in here. You are just citing fake news. Oh, it's so you mean to tell me that the United Nations Security Council was actually able to put together a meeting to start the peace talks, and America didn't block it? That's it actually happened, but I'm citing fucking fake news. Is that what you're saying? That's really interesting that you say that, because no, I'm not citing fake news. I'm actually talking about real shit that happened. Literally this past week.
Can't believe
Let's take a look.
13 years already.
Fucking idiot.
You are a
absolute fucking moron, dude. Why? Why are people so... Here. U.S. again blocks unhelpful Security Council statement on Israel-Gaza violence. The American mission refutes to join position 14, join the position of 14 other members, arguing that it would not assist in de-escalating the situation. And by the way, I am going to run it back for you because I want you to understand this has been an ongoing crisis for generations at this point. This is not new. It didn't start yesterday. It didn't start this past week. A lot of people, for the first time in their lives, though, and it is a glimmer of hope, just started taking notice of it. Okay? There have been many different instances nearly identical to what is going on currently. And that is before we talk about the ongoing apartheid regime, the ethno-state project of Israel that robs all Palestinians of their humanity, that fucking literally holds their water supply hostage, that only offers electricity into the world's largest open-air prison, which is Gaza, with 1.9 million Palestinians literally living under complete blockade. They don't have access to their own fucking water, and they're completely fucking, they're completely blocked. Israel controls their trade. Israel controls what kind of supplies go into Gaza, and Israel also gives them their water, and they don't have access to clean water most of the time. They don't have access to electricity most of the time. That's an ongoing thing. But then on top of that, there is like additional bombing campaigns that are occurring. Okay? So, how did this iteration happen? How did this iteration start? I'm going to go back to the fucking, I guess I'm going to go back to not just like Israel forming you know, 67 or the colonization efforts, but I'm just going to talk about Sheikh Jarrah, okay? So Israel takes over the Western Bank, okay, and occupies the Western Bank, which is illegal. We're not even talking about Gaza, okay? We're not even talking about Gaza right now, which is a totally separate issue. We're talking about the occupied territories of the Western Bank. Okay, 2 million Palestinians live in Gaza, not one. I said 1.9 million. 1.9 million is the official number. Okay, I'll say 2. Not illegal. What are you saying? The occupation of the West Bank is not illegal, motherfucker? I'm sorry. I didn't realize that the occupation of the West Bank was actually legal. According to who, motherfucker? Who are we asking about? 2.4 million now. Okay. It is absolutely illegal. They might not know. Look, not knowing is one thing, but coming into this chat and being like, actually, the occupation of the West Bank is not illegal is an entirely different thing. Are their motives primarily religious, not anti-Semitic, by the way? No, it's not. Religion plays a role in this, but it's not like... It's war. It's occupation. It's colonization. It's always about fucking... It always can be reduced back to material reasons. It's land grabs. That's what it is. It's ethnic displacement. Okay. Anyway, Sook on my balls says, it's not illegal. What are you saying? Okay. I'm Israeli and anti-Zionist. There's a little percentage of people like me in Israel. The vast majority of this country will call me a traitor. It's fucking shameful what become of the people of my country. Many people become Nazi-like minded and just want to kill all people in Gaza. Israel is a cruel country. I wish Israel will end apartheid and become a true democracy for all. Yes, there are anti-Zionist Jews in Israel. Okay, so Sheikh Jarrah is in the occupied West Bank territory, okay? And what ended up happening to these Palestinians that were displaced originally in the Palestinians that were originally displaced were given these areas in Sheikh Jarrah, these houses in coalition, in collaboration with the United Nations Refugee Watch or Refugee Agency, okay, in an effort to remove their refugee status. They were like, we are going to take these displaced Palestinians that had to flee their fucking homes or were forcibly removed from their homes, and we're going to put them in this neighborhood, okay? But when Israel occupied this territory, they decided, well, sorry, a religious Jewish group in the 19th century had already purchased this land, and I think in 2005, I believe the year was 2005, I'm not entirely certain, another like real estate agency decided that they now own this land. So now actually all the Palestinians that were given this fucking land, well, now all the Palestinians that were given this land, like, sorry, you just have to leave, okay? Where you will go does not matter. In 2007, where you will go does not matter. Jewish Currents actually has a really, really good article. You guys know Jewish Currents from friend of the show, Noah Colwyn, coming on in the past. He used to be one of the editors there. I don't think he's at the Jewish Currents anymore, but a guide to the current crisis in Israel-Palestine by the Jewish Currents is very, very good. Jewish Currents is great anyway, regardless. Lot of fucking awesome Jewish leftists write for the Jewish Currents. But basically, there are two Jewish religious associations, the Sephardi Sephardi Community Committee and the Knesset Israel Community purchased the area in the late 19th century, but never built on it, okay? And in 1948, during the war that followed Israel's declaration of statehood, Jordan took ownership of the area along with the rest of East Jerusalem, and around 700,000 Palestinians fled or were expelled from their homes during that war in an event known as the Nakba, okay? So this is important. Like, you can't talk about the situation without referencing the original displacement of Palestinians to the tune of 700,000 that had to fucking leave this area, to flee this area, okay? So all of these neighboring countries took hundreds of thousands of the Palestinian refugees, and Jordan ultimately decided to use the land known as Sheikh Jarrah to settle Palestinian refugees and build homes there for the 28 families in 1956. So the Palestinians that have been living there since 1956. And when that happened, they did this in collaboration with the United Nations Refugee Association. In an effort to remove them of their refugee status, they were like, you're going to live here now. We know that you were originally displaced from your homes, but this is a territory that we control. You're going to live there now.
Some kind of support.
Okay? So Sheikh Jarrah faced new uncertainty after Israel took over all of East Jerusalem in violation of international law during the Six-Day War in 1967. Upon taking control of the area, the Israeli Knesset passed the legal and administrative law, which created the land in East Jerusalem that had belonged to Jews before 1948 would be returned to its original owners upon request. Now, this is really important. I want to mention something here. I find it rather odd that Israeli courts will create a law that allows Jews to be able to take over land that previously belonged to them, yet Israel, as a fucking nation, literally was built upon other people's land that previously belonged to the motherfuckers that they literally ethnically displaced. So what's up? Can Palestinians take advantage of this? Can Palestinians be like, hey, I know you have a building here, but this was my fucking village. I'm going to take this building now. Of course not. There is no fucking two sides on this. There is no equality on this because they are the judge, jury, and unfortunately, in every single instance, the executioners. Okay? So, this law enshrined a glaring inequality, allowed Jews who fled or were expelled from East Jerusalem in 1948 to reclaim their land, while Palestinians who fled or were expelled from Israel at the same time, barred from reclaiming their homes by a different dictum, the absentee property law, which transferred property abandoned by displaced Palestinians to the Jewish state. In Sheikh Jarrah, According to Afran, this meant that the Sephardi Community Committee and the Knesset Israel Committee were able to register as landowners under the Legal and Administrative Matters Law in the late 1960s, but the Palestinian refugees who lived there could not recover their own pre-48 property. So they have nowhere to fucking go. Like, you understand? So to say that this is like, oh, this is just a legal dispute about evictions, like, you're a fucking psychopath if you do not recognize what the fuck is going on here, okay? Anyway. So Nahalat Shimon is a international company, and in 2007 the Jewish Association sold the land to that settler group, okay? So that's when they really started gearing up the eviction proceedings against the Palestinians living on that land, and succeeded at evicting Palestinians from 4 homes in 2008 and 2009. We saw some of those videos, remember, of the Jewish dudes who were just straight up like, the Jewish dudes who were straight up like, yeah, we want East Jerusalem to look like, we want Jerusalem to be entirely Jewish. Like, you've also seen more recent videos of Yaqub, who went viral talking to Muhammad Kurd's sister in their home. Okay. Anyway.
We need to start calling the Gaza and West Bank ghettos a proper historical description.
We need to start calling the Gaza and West Bank ghettos a proper historical description. I mean, they are. Yes. They're occupied territory. Someone from work told me that Israeli is the chosen child of God, so they're allowed to kill. Crazy, right? Yeah, crazy, but also that's the evangelical talking point. So in 2018, the Prime Minister of Israel tweeted, I remember this, I covered this. The weak crumble and are slaughtered and are erased from history, while the strong, for good or for ill, survive. The strong are respected and alliances are made with the strong, and in the end, peace is made with the strong. Straight up fucking Nazi shit, dude. Okay? Let's just call it what it is, okay? Just a little bit of fascism, boys. Come on. Okay. My friend really believes that if Israel didn't keep them in check, Palestinians would kill every Jewish person. Yeah, it's fucking psychotic. So the other part about this is that, like, these people who, like, quote unquote, own this land, even the documentation or the authenticity of the documentation is in dispute, and yet, like, they can't have this conversation because the conversation is being done in Israeli courts. So the Israeli Supreme Court, it went all the way up to the Israeli Supreme Court, where the Israeli Supreme Court said, like, in 30 days we're going to decide. So all of this is fucking happening. Okay, all of this is happening as the holy month of Ramadan. For those of you who don't know, it's the holiest month for Muslims, for the international Muslim community, is merging with a bunch of other Jewish holidays, including Jerusalem Day, which is a far-right celebration of the occupation of Jerusalem by Israel. So, like, tensions are very fucking hot. The Israeli occupying force already is, like, limiting, and has always historically limited the travel of Palestinians from one point to the other, even inside of their own occupied territory. So Palestinians are trying to go to Al-Aqsa, the mosque, which is the third holiest site in all of Islam, during Ramadan, to go pray there. Okay? Jerusalem Day is not a Jewish holiday, just to clarify. Yes, Jerusalem Day is an Israeli holiday. It's not a Jewish holiday. It's a celebration of the Israeli occupation of Jerusalem. For the record. So, what is this? It's a Haaretz article that says Turkish documents prove Arabs own East Jerusalem building. A document recently uncovered in Ottoman archives in Ankara confirms the Palestinians are the owners of the disputed land and houses in East Jerusalem. If an Israeli court accepts the document's validity, yeah, good luck. That's never fucking happening, dude. From fucking 2009, I'm sure that they will. I'm sure they took it seriously. Anyway. So, we haven't even gotten to Hamas yet, and I'm going to give you guys some background on Hamas briefly as well. But I just want to give you like a refresher on everything that's everything that's gone on so far. Okay? Damn, can I get 34K views if I constantly victimize myself 2 mans popping off after going full lib LMAO? What? Full lib? I liked you better at 5Ks anyways, bro. CNBC gets more views than you, libtard. Is this guy alright? Libs can't act, LMAO. Lib sweat, still a sweaty lib. Literally can't buy gas right now. Are you watching Conan? Typical lib, LMAO. Yeah. I think you should get help. Like, straight up. I think it would be wise of you to potentially go and get help. This is just a Discorder. What's the problem? The leftier than thou idiots that fucking say like, Hasan, you're so liberal, probably shouldn't say that while I'm literally watching that Conan video discussing one of the worst ongoing humanitarian, like one of the worst ongoing human crises done by an ally to the West, the greatest ally to the West. I'm sorry that I didn't stop that to talk about your fucking hog brothers in North Carolina hoarding all the gas because they're a bunch of fucking idiots who like thought they were fucking one another over when they realized that gas was going to be 3 cents more expensive and decided to literally buy out all the supply. Because I'm sorry, guys, that's what fucking hogs do. I was talking to my brother about this yesterday. Here, I'll talk about that for a second. There's a gas shortage because of the Colonial, which like supplies half of the fucking East Coast's gas, got hacked by some fucking Russian group, okay? In a ransomware attack, which they paid $5 million for, and now they restored it. So, what did North Carolinians do? 75% of gas stations in North Carolina this past week did not have gas. You want to know why? Not because the supply was limited. This is America. We're never going to run out of gas. Don't be crazy. But because the supply was only limited as a consequence of people going out and buying as much gas as they possibly could. Literally buying gallons and gallons of gas. Motherfuckers were putting gas in trash bags. Why were they doing that? Because Americans are so fucking dumb and so selfish and so hog-like that they thought they could get one on one another. And ultimately, that process only fucked over each other and literally left these dummies with barrels full of fucking gas that they're never going to be able to sell to someone and actually never going to use. Okay? And who actually made money? The big gas companies did. That's who. Because we are a nation of fucking individualistic, hyper selfish, hyper individualistic, hog brain dead dipshits. Okay? Have fun with your trash bag full of gas. It's gonna go bad in like 4 fucking days, you dumbass. Are you happy now that I covered your fucking story instead of, hundreds of fucking Palestinians that have been murdered by American rockets in Palestine? Are you happy? There you go. I gave you that. Trash bags or fucking gallons. Whatever, barrels. I'm sorry, babies are dying with our rockets, and I didn't fucking talk about all Americans have main character syndrome. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry that I didn't fucking cover.
Sky is goated.
I'm sorry that I didn't cover the fucking gas shortage as much as you would like. Anyway.
Did you see how here in Florida there was a gas panic shortage even though we ain't supplied by the pipeline that broke?
So.
Hi, chat.
As we were talking about, I forgot where I was. So the threat of evictions in Sheikh Jarrah is happening by the Israeli government, okay? So that's already a hot button topic for Palestinians who are like, what the fuck? Like, we have been displaced throughout our entire fucking history. We finally have a home, okay? And you're going to displace us again? Like, this is fucking bullshit. So obviously Palestinians are fucking very upset. It's a kind of a touchy subject. If all you know is ethnic displacement, if your entire history is about like overcoming refugee status, and you finally overcome refugee status, and oops, sorry, now you're in occupied territory, then obviously, you know, that's already an issue. Okay? By the way, human rights groups say that this system meets the definition of an apartheid, the occupied territories.
Gas.
The Israeli Foreign Ministry and many Israel advocates are claiming that the matter is simply a private real estate dispute. Settler organizations which insist on Jews' divine right to occupy the entire city of Jerusalem, and some politicians have been explicit about their ideological goals in displacing Palestinians from Sheikh Jarrah. I want Jerusalem to be Jewish, one Sheikh Jarrah settler, Yonatan Yosef, told the New York Times last week. This land belonged to the Jewish nation, to the Jewish people. A deputy mayor of Jerusalem, Aryeh King, told the Times, having more Jews move into East Jerusalem was a way to ensure that future peace negotiators would designate the entire city as a Jewish capital. Okay? And Sheikh Jarrah is just one front in a larger settler enterprise. In the nearby neighborhood of Sylvan, for example, 84 families face eviction suits filed by settler groups who say the land was originally owned by the Jews in the late 19th century. Okay? So resistance in Sheikh Jarrah is that's the reason why it's considered like emblematic of the broader Israeli or the broader struggle against Israeli occupation and apartheid. So now we get to the Al-Aqsa Mosque, the videos that you saw basically that resembles like American police brutality. There's a specific reason for that. The IDF also, after 9/11, came to America or sent America's police departments to Israel to get trained by the IDF. And we've been doing that ever since. Some of the tactics that you see the American police utilize are directly from the framework of the IDF's counterterrorism operations because, you know, that was a necessity because everybody in bumfuck Alabama thought, you know, Al-Qaeda was coming to their, you know, stupid backwater town to blow up their World Trade Center, which I guess is an Applebee's. So, of course, the American police force, which already didn't need like any additional experience on being an occupying force, especially in communities of color, learned how to treat every person that they fucking deal with as though they are a terrorist, enemy combatant. Because, sorry guys, that's exactly what the occupying force of the IDF does. Okay? Policing in general is already wrought with so many corrupt elements. They protect the interests of capital. Well, a lot of bumfuck South is oil refiners. I guess that would be our World Trade Center. Maybe. Okay? Obviously, I'm not saying that, like, the American police learned racism from the IDF. That would be fucking psychotic. But it sure didn't help. Anyway. Where was I? Oh, so yeah, a lot of you saw footages. A lot of you saw footage of the Al-Aqsa Mosque being overtaken. Now, what happened? So,
it is insane how
a keyword in the Israeli security forces lexicon is deterrence. A deterrence from not, in police terms, public disorder. Kind of seems similar to American policing, right? That's why it's ACAB. A phrase frequently applied to any attempt to challenge Israeli dominance over the terms of life. Indeed, much of the Israeli police's behavior over the last several weeks can be explained by this principle. It's what led the police to set up barricades outside of Damascus Gate, which they justified by claiming it was necessary to secure public order. Then they removed the barricades because of the Palestinian protests, by the way. It's also why the Israeli police entered the Al-Aqsa compound, seemingly to suppress counter-protests in advance of an Israeli nationalist parade, and fired flashbangs and rubber-coated bullets at worshippers during the holiest part of Ramadan, because of a perceived need to show Palestinians who's in charge. Or as the Israeli police explained in a statement after the third consecutive day of raids on the Temple Mount, we will continue to allow freedom of worship, but we will not permit public disturbances. So there's a looming threat of eviction on innocent Palestinians in Sheikh Jarrah, which is already occupied territory. You're constantly getting brutalized by this occupying force. Your second-class citizenship, if you're lucky, that is if you're a Palestinian living within the boundaries of Israel and have Israeli citizenship, then you're lucky and you have second-class citizenship. If you're outside of the boundaries, you have no fucking freedom of travel. You have nothing. You have nothing, okay? And they don't want to even enslave you and allow you to continue surviving, which is not preferable, don't get me wrong. I'm not making that comparison. They just want to wipe you out. They just want you to fucking leave. They want you to leave so that they can take over that territory and have their ethno-state. So, and they want to do their fucking psychotic, Nazi-ass Jerusalem Day protest. Now, for those of you who don't know, what the Jerusalem Day parade is, there's a flag parade during the fucking Jerusalem Day parade where a bunch of psychopathic, ethno-nationalist, far-right, ultra-religious young Jews, young Israelis, will go through the fucking streets and with their fucking flags march through occupied Palestinian territories all the way to, I believe, Al-Aqsa, which also features Jewish holy sites there as well. It's a very holy area. So, like, these motherfuckers are, like, literally doing a tiki torch. They're literally doing a tiki torch parade, and obviously tensions are going to be very high when they do that, okay? It's about taunting these people and showing them, like, it's a demonstration of power. Like, this is what we have. You have no police. You have no protection. Fuck you.
Yo.
Okay? So, in order to make sure that nothing happens, in order to make sure that there's no counter-protest because of the holy day in Al-Aqsa, and the Al-Aqsa Mosque, you know, they had to take premeditative action. Premeditative action such as beating the shit out of protesters, claiming that these people at Al-Aqsa were being threatening, or they said that they were throwing rocks, for example. Okay? In addition to Al-Aqsa's significant religious status for Muslims, is Islam's third holiest site. Al-Aqsa is in many, many ways the last place of Palestinian Muslim sovereignty in Jerusalem, perhaps even within the entire city, and has been. Israeli attempts to exert control over the site thus constitute a serious political provocation. In 2017, they tried to put up metal detectors at the Al-Aqsa Mosque entrances in response to a shooting by 3 Palestinians on the Temple Mount that killed 2 Israeli policemen. And Palestinians responded to that with mass demonstrations, and there was a week-long crisis. And the Palestinian Authority, President Mahmoud Abbas, temporarily froze Palestinian Authority relations with Israel, and then they got Israel to remove the metal detectors at the mosque.
Covering the news and explaining these issues going on in the world.
There is an Israeli left, but they have no power, and Israel's point of view on this issue, like the Israeli people's point of view on this issue, which we will get further into with this Abby Martin video, which kind of showcases it. I don't know if there's any TOS here, with the exception of a bunch of fucking people literally speaking like Nazis on the matter. The Israeli point of view is basically between far right and super fucking center right, like far right and like very right wing takes. Okay, so that's what the norm is. Like the anti-Zionist, the anti-Zionist fucking point of view within the Knesset is
my roommate is from
minuscule.
Palestine, and
It
I was
is
shocked when he was
tiny,
explaining to me the
and
license plate
this is really
segregation.
damning.
He
Here,
said
there
that
you
if
go.
he were to get out of his car near an
This means that when
Israeli
Israel
settlement, he
begins
would
its military
likely be
occupation
shot
in
by their
Gaza, the public
security
debate is polarized not between left and right, but between right and even further right. For example, between those calling for Israel to deal forcefully with Hamas and hardline settlers calling for Israel to reoccupy the Gaza Strip. And when you abandon the field to the right, Levi added, the field keeps sliding rightward. In Israel, roughly 37% of Jews identify as right-wing, 55% identify as centrist, and just 8% as left-wing. There are political parties, though. There's the joint Arab Jewish Socialist Party, Hadash, the Arab Nationalist Party, Balad, whose members often appear at demonstrations organized by largely Jewish-led anti-occupation and peace movements calling for an end to the war in Gaza. But the joint list, the coalition of Arab-led parties in the Knesset, which Hadash and Balad are a part, comprises of just 6 of the 120 seats in the Knesset. Also, these are centrists on fucking genocide. Like, just remember that.
Deadline of 28 days for opposition parties to strike a coalition deal and form a new Israeli government.
Okay?
Israel being kind of sus
So-
right now for weird. Why think Netanyahu is the imposter weird champ?
So, what I was talking about beforehand is like, how do we get to Hamas? Okay, so before I describe the history of Hamas, I'm just going to say this. So when Israel or the Israeli courts basically threaten after the fucking ongoing occupation in Al-Aqsa, which is a very holy site in the middle of fucking Ramadan, the holiest month for Muslims in the region, on top of the ongoing occupation and genocide and ethnic cleansing, Hamas turns around and says, you need to remove all of your military members from Al-Aqsa, and you need to stop this evictions process in Sheikh Jarrah, or else. So when Israel does not do that, they start bombing. They start the bombing campaign on Israel. The bombs are quickly intercepted by the wonderful Iron Dome defense system that Israel has. Okay. And then Israel starts its own bombing campaign on Gaza, claiming that they are striking the one of the many Hamas buildings that they have designated as Hamas buildings. Okay. Which also happen to feature a bunch of Palestinians, Palestinian innocents, and start striking them down, including taking down a 13-story building, another 15-story building, which featured like literal fucking media, like actual media outlets in it. I think a school was bombed again. And of course, part of the reason why these targets have like civilians in them, while Israel, in a disgusting manner, claims that Hamas is using like meat shields, these babies as meat shields, shielding against Israeli fucking bombs still. This area is incredibly densely populated. And according to the Human Rights Watch, which I don't even consider to be like very fucking, very woke on this issue, but even they are fucking speaking out against it, including multiple NGOs, which normally are looking at the other side. Okay, guys, stop fucking doing that. Stop fucking spamming that shit. Mods, nuke it. Anyway, using children as a meat shield sounds a lot like Trump immigration rhetoric, because it is. It is reactionary rhetoric. It's always the fucking same. Reactionary rhetoric is always the fucking same. Okay? They say Hamas is using meat shields, like humans as meat shields. It's like, okay, If you know that, don't fucking bomb them then, because there's children living there. Which, in and of itself, is disputed, is widely disputed by the Human Rights Watch. Human Rights Watch says that the area is densely populated, and the subject of like Hamas purposefully fucking using kids or whatever as meat shields is again is disputed. It's not like a thing that anyone outside of fucking Israel supporters believe. Regardless, though, even if Hamas was using fucking human shields, even if they were using human shields, here is one thing that you can do. Okay? Stop bombing fucking residential neighborhoods. Okay. The IDF targets hospitals and schools, often those marked by the UN. Absolutely. They also kill fucking medics and shit too. And then literally lie and say, no, the medic was a meat shield with deceptively edited video, which then gets disputed. Are you actually defending Hamas? No, you fucking idiot. I am not defending an Islamist fundamentalist regime that like still is fucking pretty goddamn brutal to the Palestinians in Gaza, except the Palestinians in Gaza have no other option, and Palestinians in general have no fucking other option. Okay? The last time an election took place was in fucking 2006. The people that love the existence of Hamas are the higher-ups in the Israeli government, okay? Because it justifies their fucking brutality that they subject the Palestinian people to. Nobody loves Hamas more than like Bibi Netanyahu and every motherfucker that's in the Israeli government that consistently talks about death and destruction that the Palestinians deserve. Okay? Anyway. I did it too. Hamas literally gives them a reason to continue bombing Palestine? No. So here's the other part of it. I can't believe I did the fucking same thing that chatters do. They don't need a justification to bomb Palestine. Okay? Look no further than the West Bank, which has been occupied by Israel for years, and the treatment of Palestinians there, to recognize that, like, even if you have nothing to do with Hamas, and even if you are literally against Hamas as an opposition political party, which the Palestinian Authority is, it does not matter. Okay? Because Mohammed Abbas like cooperates with Israel and cooperates with the Israeli authorities, and obviously there are a lot of criticisms of him as well, but like it literally does not fucking matter. Hamas's existence does not matter. Okay? If it did, then Israel wouldn't be doing this shit before the inception of Hamas. And if it did, then Israel would not have supported Hamas as a counterweight against other left-leaning revolutionary liberation, Palestinian liberation groups that were either Marxist or more moderate than Hamas in their fundamentalist ways. Okay? Or Mahmoud Abbas, not Muhammad, sorry. Do you wish for the abolishment of Israel like many tankies? It's like asking for the next Holocaust. You're a fucking psycho if you think that like a one-state solution is like the Holocaust. Like, it's literally a psychotic fucking take. And unfortunately, a lot of people believe this, by the way. Literally, like, part of the reason why people are so militant part of the reason why they're so militant against Palestinians is because they are like some of the white supremacists in America. White supremacists and Nazis in America are terrified of what they call white genocide, which is something that they consider to be ethnic cleansing, right? If you ask Nazis, they'll say white genocide, right? That's the big fear. What is white genocide? It's the purity metrics that they have created of whiteness getting tainted by non-white blood, by people just fucking one another and like immigration, right? They think that this is akin to genocide, right? Why do they worry about this? They worry about white people no longer being the majority. Why do they worry about this? Because historically, when white people were the majority, they know what they fucking did to non-whites. So basically, they're fearful of non-white people treating them, the white people, as though they were treated. So that's ultimately a self-report. When you are an Israeli person and you say, oh my God, this will be the death and destruction of Israel if we had a one-state solution, you're basically fucking saying, oh my God, if Palestinians were to treat us like we treat them, then we would get fucking wiped out. That's it. That is just one major self-report. This is such a toxic take, dude. Really? Why is it a toxic take, motherfucker? Ottoman people had slaves too. Oh, okay, then slavery is poggers, I guess. Dumbass. What a fucking idiot, dude. Like, imagine coming in here and fucking, like, defending slavery, dude. Just like, what do you think? I'm going to be like, oh, well, I guess it's all right then when the Ottoman Empire did it. Oh, fuck, dude. Never mind. Anyway. So, how do you feel about people calling Israelis Nazis? Seem anti-Semitic to me? Listen. You will hear that deflection all day, every fucking day. Okay? If you're doing Nazi shit, then you're a fucking Nazi. I'm sorry. Not all Israelis believe in the morality of what the fuck Israel is doing. But the ones that do defend the occupation and the brutal fucking Israeli subjugation of Palestinian people are fucking literal fascists. Like, all right, don't call them Nazis, call them fascists. Like, there is no... I said this yesterday. There is no subway punch card where you're like, oh, well, after 10 pogroms, like, we get to have one free pogrom of our own, okay? There is no, like, ethnic cleansing punch card. Sorry, it happened to us historically, so we're going to do it now. Like, it doesn't work that way, okay? Anyway. So there are Palestinian political groups as well. The last Palestinian legislative actions held to date in 2007, the Islamist group Hamas ousted the ruling nationalist party Fatah from the Gaza Strip, leaving Fatah, led by Mahmoud Abbas, in control of the West Bank. That split persists today, as we talked about already. Increasingly, many Palestinians are critical of Palestinian leadership, especially that of the Palestinian Authority, led by Abbas. There has never been as wide a gap between the Palestinian polity and the leadership as there is today, writes Marwa Fatafta, an analyst for Al-Shabaka. As the PA President Abbas has maintained close cooperation with Israeli security forces and has worked to quash opposition to his rule. So there is corruption there as well. Similarly, in Gaza, as Palestinian analyst Tarek Bakoni writes, through a dual process of containment and pacification, Hamas has been forcefully transformed into little more than administrative authority. These authoritarian realities in Gaza and the West Bank do not leave substantial room for opposition. So the thing I want to mention about Hamas is that, like, look, Hamas does overtake supplies. Like, Hamas does have administrative rule over Gaza, whatever limited administrative rule they have. And they do use this administrative rule for trying to get as much arms as they possibly can. They see their cause as just. They see what they are doing as just armed retaliation towards an occupying regime. And for a lot of Palestinians who see their people get fucking slaughtered, brutalized, murdered at fucking checkpoints for having the wrong license plate, they see Palestinians living within the boundaries of Israel still get treated as second-class citizens. They think, well, what the fuck are you supposed to do? Okay? Anyway. The Palestinian Liberation Organization, PLO, which includes a range of smaller parties, has been subsumed by the Palestinian Authority in the years since the Oslo Accords. Still, even with the Palestinian legislative elections that were planned for May 22nd, indefinitely postponed, due in part to Israel's refusal to allow East Jerusalem Palestinians to vote, the prospect of the elections has sparked the emergence of several new Palestinian parties that were slated to compete against Hamas and Fatah, such as the youth-led Nabd al-Balad, the National Democratic Assembly, led by Yasser Arafat's nephew, Nasser al-Qudwa, and supported by jailed militant Marwan Barghouti, and a faction led by Mohammed Dalan, a former Fatah leader exiled in the UAE. I'm going to run the ad in a second. Just wait. Now, in the latest round of Palestinian demonstrations in East Jerusalem, with the Palestinian Authority having no jurisdiction in East Jerusalem, journalist Dalia Hatuka writes, the protests in Sheikh Jarrah and the Old City have largely been grassroots-based, social media-enhanced popular movements without the formal political leadership that usually governs such a showing in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. The scope of the protest, which is spread out from East Jerusalem to Palestinian cities and neighborhoods throughout Israel, has not been seen since the years of the Second Intifada. The recent calls to action in Jerusalem have thus activated a large number of young Palestinians and helped facilitate unparalleled connections with Palestinians and communities within Israel in cities and towns that have not seen protests for decades. It's likely these connections will build capacity for longer-term strategies and sustained mobilization efforts. Now, this is... I said this during the George Floyd protests, where there was grassroots popular support for Black Lives Matter. But I had never seen, back then, I had never seen so many people actually understand what Black Lives Matter meant and did not immediately fucking attack it. And this is exactly what I have to say about Palestine. Most motherfuckers don't care about the Palestinian plight. Okay? They do not care about the ongoing struggle. The Gulf nations and their dog shit fucking leaders certainly do not. Okay? They've only made matters worse throughout history. Okay? They just do not care. And they never have. But for the first time ever, the mention of Palestine is not met immediately with an onslaught of propaganda that declares you to be a fucking Hamas supporter / fucking terrorist Muslim. Okay? Just remember, folks, that in the United States of America, we have one of the worst anti-freedom of speech laws that is passed in 35 states, where if you want to be a teacher in a public school, teachers in Texas and shit know this, you have to sign a document that says you will never participate in protests against Israel. You will never, and this is real. How fucking crazy is that? That these hogs, these reactionary fucking hogs that love freedom of speech, brother, have passed actual legislation that is unconstitutional in nature, that if you are a part of the BDS movement, the boycott, divestments, and sanctions on Israel until the occupation is done movement, which was tailored after the original BDS movement against apartheid South Africa, if you have been a part of that, you are not allowed to teach in public schools in America in 35 states. That's what our historic approach has been to even discussing matters that pertain to Israel and Palestine. Ryan Grimm brought up a really interesting article from, I believe it was 2009. I'm gonna try to find it real quick. I don't know which year it was actually, but there was a Democratic, I think congressperson maybe, that, or was it 2014? I think it was 2014. Oh, here it is. So, Jessica Rosmos, a Democratic Party official, expressed sympathy with Gaza. This was in 2014. Oh, here, by the way, teacher sues Texas after being fired for refusing to sign pro-Israel contract. Remember, boys, you can't be a children's speech pathologist if you don't sign a contract that fucking says that you will never participate in BDS protests, and they will look through your history to see if you have ever shown interest towards the Palestinian cause. A Texas elementary school speech pathologist refused to sign a pro-Israel oath, now mandatory in many states, so she lost her job. Back in 2014, as Israel was launching one of its invasions in Gaza, incredibly deadly invasion in Gaza, Jessica Ramos, who was a Democratic Party district leader in Queens, took to Facebook to post. Are you ready for this? Palestine heart. Dem official expresses sympathy with Gaza, was what the Queens Chronicle said. The article noted that Ramos was a part of a nascent faction of progressive Democrats challenging the party establishment. It provided a platform for an anonymous Democratic operative to warn that Ramos is not the only one who has made a comment expressing support for Palestinians. There was a time and place. There was a time and place, boys, when you could not mention the humanity of Palestinians. And it's still ongoing. Like, in college campuses, all of these fucking piece of shit motherfuckers that cry about social justice warriors and cancel culture like Barry Weiss, Ben Shapiro, fucking Alan Dershowitz. They literally defend groups that have been created specifically to dox campus activists that dare support Palestine and Palestinian causes. Okay? Like, just remember that, like, there is no free speech. This is why I always say the concept of free speech is so fucking stupid, because all of these people are completely on board with investigating and potentially expelling students and teachers that have ever dared to declare, fuck cannery mission, exactly, dare to declare their support for Palestine. Norman Finkelstein has been blacklisted as a consequence of then Harvard professor Alan Dershowitz absolutely fucking making sure with all of his power to ensure that Norman Finkelstein never fucking teaches ever again, for daring to side with the Palestinian people in their ongoing struggle to gain humanity and autonomy. Anyway. Yeah, notorious pedophile, allegedly, Alan Dershowitz. Bernie wrote an op-ed on Palestine. Bernie Sanders, the U.S. must support an even-handed approach in the Middle East. This just come out? Oh shit, it just came out. I feel like that would never happen in a university today. No, it still happens. What the fuck? Oh, Norman Finkelstein's entire family was fucking wiped out in the Holocaust, by the way. Just for the record. For people who say, like, he's anti-Semitic. So. So now you understand, hopefully, a little bit better of like how the bombing started and where it's going. Since the bombings have started, as once again a consequence of absolute fucking Israeli aggression against Palestinians, which they subject to horrible, countless amounts of cruelty, robbing them of their freedom in every way, shape, or form possible, in the most inhumane ways possible. You're never this emotional or adamant about Xinjiang. What China is doing is 100 times worse. Dude, you're a fucking idiot, dude. You're I don't know what to tell you. Like, while I'm talking about one group of Muslims that are being, not just Muslims, but Christians and even fucking Palestinian Jews, like, you literally turn around and you act like I never talk about fucking what's going on in Xinjiang. Like, shut up. Shut up. Okay. So let's watch this. Well, let's watch the I want to see, like, I hope there is no blood in this, because Abby Martin,
the so-called key to peace in the Middle East. But how do Jewish Israeli citizens feel? Those who are not in the government or living in illegal settlements. Last year, I traveled around the West Bank to release a series for the Empire Files on the plight of Palestinians, featuring their voices and stories. But I also went to speak to average Israelis in the Jewish quarter of Jerusalem.
We're here in Zion Square in Jerusalem, which the government has actually declared to rename Tolerant Square. And we're just going to ask everyday Israeli...
Dude! Oh, that's so good, dude. Fuck, I gotta run an ad right now. I'm sorry. Before I forget, it's top of the fucking hour, boys. Gotta run that top of the hour ad here. You know, if you no longer want to see it, you can subscribe. Oh my God, it's so like Israel is so far ahead of like the liberalizing, like the neoliberal fucking fascism, that like we take notes from them. I start seeing like American politicians like the CIA doing like we're LGBT friendly propaganda and shit, and it's wonderful. It's so fucking, it's great. Here, I'm running the ad now. It's so great, dude.
What they think about the situation. You're American, where are you?
No, I don't want to watch the fucking middle ground video. That shit triggered the fuck out of me last time I watched it.
From and why did you come here?
I'm from New York, and I came here with my family when I was younger to make Aliyah, because it was always my parents' dream to come to Israel because we're religious.
So, are you American?
Yes.
Oh, cool. Why? When did you move here and why?
I moved here 11 years ago. My family moved here because this is the country of the Jewish people and the future of the Jewish people, and we want to be here.
How old are you guys?
18. We're 18 years old. Now we are here in Israel taking a leadership course, and we're going to the army for a few months to see how life's here. And then we hope to bring back some of this knowledge to our youth movements.
So you're like an internship with the army?
It's about 2 months, and they show you everything about the army.
Israel is a great place. It's a nice place. You should come and visit. I love Israel, and I feel safe here.
All that misconceptions are not true. Like, there's not people with knives every day, and there's not people exploding.
Palestinians?
Yeah. No, but pretty much the life here is really good.
For people living here, it's just normal to see people in the army walking around with guns, and you feel completely safe and protected.
I feel like we know who the threat is, and it's not coming from anyone random, as opposed to in the rest of the world that it could be anyone. Here we know who our enemy is, and we know that they are out to get us.
Who is the enemy?
Who's the enemy? That's a very good question. I don't think it's specifically any nation. I think it's the people that are so interested in being politically correct that they won't actually go after the people that are trying to cover things up.
And that seems so fucking insanely similar to like American conservatives, dude. I'm just saying, dog. Listen, dude, listen. We love talking about how fucking liberal of a safe haven like Israel is and how liberal Israel is. And yeah, when it comes to like fucking tolerance for gay people and shit, Israel is certainly very tolerant. Okay, it's LGBT friendly, it's fucking vegan, you know? But there's a big but. They are so insanely reactionary towards like the existence of fucking Palestinians. I've talked about this before. Like the IDF doing propaganda about how vegan they are is the most hilarious and the saddest and most nefarious thing, because they're basically saying we care more about animals than we do about Palestinians, because like we'll fucking murder Palestinians literally fucking daily, but we will not kill an animal. Okay? Which is, I guess, the future vegan colonialists want.
I think that the Islam is it's a very bad disease, not just for Israel, for all around the world. We can see it. They think they all have to be Islam. If you're not Islam, they will kill you.
A lot of Americans don't really understand what Israel's like. We hear a lot of things in the news. A lot of people are sympathizing with the Palestinian plight. Can you talk about what it's like to kind of live in this situation?
First of all, it's very hard. I'm in an organization. It's called Lahava. It's against the Jews shouldn't marry Arabs.
Did you say the organization did what again?
Bro, come on, no race mixing, dog. Well, it's not even race mixing, because like Israelis are comprised of so many different ethnic backgrounds, because again, Jews are not a monolith, and they come from all different parts of the fucking world and have like a shared history in some ways. But I love when you know you just have like supremacist attitudes, dude.
Organization is the thing of it is that Jews shouldn't marry Arabs.
Shouldn't marry Arabs. Why do you feel strongly about that?
Because Jews is a special nation that God gave it to the Jews.
Identical to anti-Muslim rhetoric in a lot of ways. What do you mean? It is anti-Muslim rhetoric. It's literally anti-Muslim rhetoric.
And we don't want Jews to get mixed up together with a different nation.
I think Israelis have to take over. And
dude, come on, dude. They're Prevention of Assimilation in the Holy Land, a far-right organization based in Israel that strictly opposes Jewish assimilation, objecting to most personal relationships between Jews and non-Jews. It is opposed to the Christian presence in Israel. It has an anti-miscegenation focus, denouncing marriages between Jews and non-Jews forbidden by Orthodox Jewish law. Its actions have been denounced by the president of Israel, Reuven Rivlin, as being like rodents gnawing under the shared democratic and Jewish foundation of Israel. God damn, bro. They were preparing to categorize it as a terrorist organization. This dude's just like, yeah, I'm literally a Nazi, dude. Like, literally, I am straight up. I'm just, you know.
They have to kick them away. It will be much better not to kill them, just to go back to Arab countries.
You can't deal with these people.
Go back to your country. White power. Just said with a Israeli accent. It's just the same shit.
There's no need to try. There's no need to talk to them. What we can do is when they do enough harm, we retaliate. That's war, and that's the situation that any Jew who lives in Israel has to deal with.
יש לך משהו להגיד, אומרת ש...
על מה?
גם ככה ערבים, מרשימם.
אוקיי. בסדר בעברית? פשוט מאוד. צריך להיכנס לשטחים, וכל מחבל שעושה פיגוע צריך להרוג אותו. צריך להרוג את המחבלים, ואז הם יפחדו ולא יעשו לנו בעיות.
So people will say like, well, fucking Hamas is like, some of the Hamas guys are like pro-Nazi or whatever. Like, oh, they have swastikas. It's like, dude, yeah, except Hamas is nothing, okay? They are nothing. Whereas this kind of opinion, okay, is shared by a lot of people who justify one of the world's most powerful fucking militaries, okay? So that's the fucking difference there. Do you understand? That's the big difference, is that Hamas has nothing and these motherfuckers have everything, okay?
הכל יהיה בסדר. הם יהיו בכפרים שלהם, אנחנו נחיה פה, לא צריך להיות ביחד והכל בסדר.
I think also that every Arab that doing a terrorism attack, we have to kill him, and not because he's an Arab, because he's a terrorist. I think you should also kick out the family, because it all begins with chinuch. How you say it?
Education.
Whatever they teach the kids does. You know, it's families.
I'm think that we need to... איך אומרים להעיף את הערבים? כן, תגידי לי את המילה הזאת. נו, תגידי לי מילים, אני לא...
אני לא יודעת לתרגם. I don't know how to translate really well.
I think we should give them a country. If you're doing any problem, you just go in there to give them a country, and then it's going to be a war between countries, you know? If they're going to throw rockets, we're going to throw one big one and done.
I don't think there's any answer to it. Really? There's only one way, like, I would carpet bomb them.
You would carpet bomb them?
It's the only way you could deal with it. Like,
dude, but look how, dude, guys, the real problem with ethnic cleansing of this sort is how much it hurts my feelings to do so. Like, come on, we just got to carpet bomb them, bro. Just like one big boom, okay? Just like fucking wipe them out with a nuclear holocaust. Like, come on. The irony, of course, is that like if Israel tried to nuke Gaza, like what would happen to Israel, I wonder, in its entirety? Like, are you fucking stupid? You guys literally live on top of one another. Like, this guy, the other guy, is so blinded by hatred towards Palestinians that he doesn't even realize that, like, nuking Gaza would mean nuking Israel. Okay? Like, the entirety of Israel would be nuked. No, not this guy saying carpet bombing, you fucking idiot. I love that this guy saying carpet bombing isn't nuclear, ... I'm talking about the other guy in the fucking Sons of Anarchy shirt who literally said we should do one big boom.
or try to stop them a different way. It never worked.
You mean all...
By who? Serious? No, dude. I'm saying that Israel nuking Gaza would have nuclear fallout that has severe consequences on the entire country because they are on top of one another. It's like a New Yorker saying we need to nuke Hoboken. It's like it's like someone in Manhattan being like, we need to fucking nuke Brooklyn, dude. Do you not understand? Are you that fucking stupid?
Arabs or Gaza or...
I believe that they, like, I hope to believe they're not, but I do think they are, because I don't trust them. You can't trust them. And that's the only way I believe that. The only way is just to stop it completely.
I think that we're miserable. The Arabs make a פיגועים and we need to kill Arabs.
Okay.
We'll talk about this later.
All right, cool. Well,
there is also Jewish civilians that ate Arabs. Yeah, I'm not saying, but we have also people that like the Arabs and everything, like Smolanim.
I think another thing that the Jews should have rights to hate them. I think we have the right to hate them. I don't see a reason why not. I wouldn't trust any of them.
To better understand this mentality, I also talked to Ronnie Barkin, a Jewish Israeli citizen who grew up in the country and is now an ardent critic of the notion of a Jewish state.
Like anyone growing up in Israel, I went through the whole indoctrination mechanism. And we are being trained to be soldiers from kindergarten, literally from kindergarten. The moment I realized, I managed to sort of
Dude, please stop focusing on these individual things. People do the exact same for Palestinians and paint them all as Hamas. They're not a monolith, which you recognize and say, but then you show these, you contribute to that image regardless. Please show some interviews with left-wing Israelis to show that they're not a monolith. Read, please. Dude, I literally fucking... First of all, I'm currently in the process of doing that. Like, this is literally an Israeli person who is a fucking activist. So why don't you just wait for the entire video? And secondly, like... what the fuck, dude? Secondly, I started today's conversation by going over Jewish currents, which is predominantly a bunch of writers, some of which are from Israel, like leftist Jews and leftist writers from Israel as well, and their coverage on the matter, which also featured the Jewish and Israeli opposition to the occupation.
Overcome that indoctrination, then everything became very clear because the situation is crystal clear. One of the main successes of Israeli propaganda is to convince the world that the situation is complicated. But it's far from being complicated. It's probably the least complicated conflict in the world today. And it's all about basically those who have the power, those who oppress and subjugate and tread over the indigenous people of the land who have been oppressed and subjugated and expelled from their land. And this is what it's about. The situation here is not very different other than the way it is perceived in the world and among Israeli society themselves. They like to perceive themselves as being something else, as being, you know, liberal and progressive and all of that. And I also thought of myself as such until I realized that actually...
You just stop saying Jewish, to be honest, because I think people are sensitive to that. I don't. I very fucking clearly categorize as Israeli or Zionist, depending on what I'm talking about.
You know, this is not the case. The case is very clear, and I'm not on the right side of history. And that's when, you know, the moment I managed to overcome this type of brainwashing, then the rest was very easy. The State of Israel is all about creating a place which is for one select group and only that. It's not only the fact that they wanted to take over, to usurp the land and the resources and all of that. It's also about this exclusive nature of the place, that this is ours and only ours. And even any Palestinian being born in Israel, even if they're Israeli citizens, is already regarded as some sort of a threat to the state.
Let me say something. Like, obviously, every fucking geopolitical conflict is technically complicated, okay? And I'm not saying it's like super fucking simple, even though I get triggered whenever people say it's complicated, because it's complicated is more frequently utilized by people who just want to fucking abstain from saying anything about an ethno-state project that is an occupying force that subjects millions of Palestinians to terrible amounts of fucking cruelty. That part is not complicated. Okay? The act of fucking self-preservation, albeit from a fucking horrible group of individuals, the Islamist fundamentalists or whatever, okay? Regardless, is not actual justification for the untold amounts of cruelty that Israel subjects all Palestinians to, okay? So that part is not fucking complicated, for me at least. I think it's ridiculous to be like, well, hold on, dude. Sorry, Hamas is lobbing fucking rockets on Israel, or Hamas did fucking suicide bombings, so I guess every Palestinian needs to die. Or if they're not fucking fortunate enough to be eviscerated quickly in the middle of the night with their fucking families while they're like sleeping in a bed, then they have to literally live in the world's largest open air prison. Or if they're the luckiest, get, second-class citizenship within the walls of Israel, where their businesses might get fucked over, or where they might have like a Israeli mob beat the shit out of them, like a fucking crazy Zionist a mob beat the shit out of him for the crime of being fucking Palestinian. Okay? So it's not very complicated in that respect.
Need to segregate.
It's only complicated if you want to both sides the issue and be like, well, you know, fucking 3,000 years ago, this was Jewish land. So let's start there. No, motherfucker, you're complicating things on purpose to justify the untold amounts of cruelty. That's it.
They need to separate and not to interact with Palestinians is part of Israeli identity. So we have to understand that Israeli identity depends on denying Palestinian identity and denying either the existence of Palestinians altogether or at the very least denying their identity, their culture, and so on. And also, right after the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, right after the Palestinians were expelled from their homes and became refugees, the very next thing that happened was that there was a concerted effort of mass looting of books and other cultural artifacts from Palestinian homes, which was led by the National Library in Israel. So it's for a reason that when we say existence is resistance for Palestinians, this is true. Just by very existing on their land, this is an act of resistance in itself. Even more so when they actually claim their rights, claim their identity, do cultural work, like produce Palestinian culture, that is an act of war.
After learning a lot in Jewish history and Israel history, I've seen that people make a big deal about a lot of different areas. But if you look back, correct me if I'm wrong, if you look back at the history, the areas, these places are really rightfully ours. If it was any other country that would have conquered these places or taken over these places, nobody would make a big deal. It's just because it's Israel and there's anti-Semitism and everything.
What the fuck, dude? Yo, it's so fucking stupid. No, it's not rightful at all. It's fucked up because it's happening right now. And when okay, here's the problem, okay? To this American Zionist who is like, I have literal fucking religious claim over this territory that I've been living in for 11 years. So fuck you if you've been living here for hundreds because it's mine now, okay? Jesus fucking Christ. You're basically stating that when you learned all the lessons from history, you didn't derive a fucking moral lesson from it whatsoever. That was actually just a guideline of what to do. We always like to think that if we were there when these unjustifiable actions of cruelty were occurring throughout history, that we would at least not fucking defend it. Maybe you wouldn't maybe you wouldn't fucking grab arms against it, but at the very least you wouldn't sit there and justify it. Meanwhile, she's like, nah, dude, I read all that shit so I could fucking literally be like, that was sick. We should do our own right now.
They kicked us about 2,000 years ago, and we came back. We have Jerusalem. We built every stone here. Every stone, 3,000 years ago. Over here,
This all is 3,000 years ago.
this is the city of David. 2,500 years ago. All history of the Jewish people. And the Islam doesn't have history at all in this country.
I think that they should actually look.
Bro, that's insane, dude. So what happened, bro? Did they put it on ice? Motherfucker's like, yo, it was crazy. 2,000 years ago, we were expelled. And actually, they just held the region in a stasis state. They just fucking paused. They just put the region on pause. And now we want to come back. I don't know how these people got here. I don't know. It's crazy. What the fuck were they doing here? This was on pause. So they were like Aang from Avatar. Yeah, they just fucking stasis. Yeah, they just fucking hit the area on stasis. They just pause.
look at a history book and look at the progression of history and who occupied Israel, go further back. So if it could be that the Palestinians occupied Israel, that's true, but who occupied that?
Also, yeah, I was going to say Palestinians have nothing to do with 2,000 years ago. It was fucking Romans. But hey, you know, technically it's all Italian territory. If we are to say that Italy is the continuation of the Roman Empire, then give it back to the Italians, motherfucker. But guess what? You don't want POCs to thrive, okay? You don't want the Fredo Republic to fucking thrive, dude. The Fredo Empire.
That before that, and if you keep going back to the times of like the Bible, you'll see that it was indeed the Jews that did occupy.
Palestinian, where are the Palestinian people during 4,000 years under the Ottoman? Answer me.
Wait, what? They were literally there, bro. What the fuck? Wait, what? Wait. They were there, dude. What is he saying? Wait, they were literally there. What is this? Motherfucker is 4,000 years old, personally, and I guess, like, didn't care to recognize history from, like, fucking 200 years ago, dude. Bro, you should know where they were. You were literally alive back then. Some of my fondest memories are of the Ottoman Empire, where no Palestinians lived in Palestine.
Well, I'm the journalist here, so I don't...
And how God punished is the sins? By other people. He said, he sent the Nazis, he sent, and now he sent Palestinians.
Okay.
But it's really rightfully ours if you look at the history and at like the wars, and we didn't even start a lot of the wars, and we conquered these places rightfully, like it's ours.
We brought the settlements in by Gaza, you know, all the Gush Katif strip.
Gave Gaza back.
Well, we gave part of Israel. It's not that it's not Gaza. We do things for peace.
I think that the Jews came here, they took this land, and this is our land now, and I don't think there should be here no Arabs. Like Arabs, they want, we gave them Gaza, they should go live there quietly if they want. They should go back to Iraq, I don't know, to wherever they want. But this is a place that God gave it to the Jews, and we don't want the Arabs to be here.
And before they accuse anyone of occupying, they should actually look back and look at history.
So you wouldn't call any of this occupied territory?
No, I think that whatever deals were made and wars were fought, they took the land, and that's...
Wait. But, like, according to everyone, except for Americans who go, la, 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 I don't care, and Israelis, it's literally occupied territory. Okay? What were those deals? Explain to me how those deals work. Those deals literally meant that that territory should not be occupied by Israel. Also, the irony of, like, the UK fucking just backseating this process where they're like, God gave us this territory. No, motherfucker. It was England, okay? So, I guess, you know, they're your gods. Good shit.
That's the way things work. I mean, would you call America occupied by Americans because the British used to rule?
The people who kicked the Jews out of Israel were the Arabs. 1,400 years later, we come back.
What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. It was literally the Palestinian, yeah, the Arab Romans did this.
Now, I'm not saying that we can blame the people living here for what happened, but you gotta accept that that's some kind of divine justice, that their great-great-great-great-grandfathers kicked my great-great-great-grandfather out of here, and then we come back, and all of a sudden they're like, well, no, we don't want it, it's not fair. They took the land from us, not the Romans, and not the Persians, and not the Byzantines. It was...
Dude, ultra-nationalist rhetoric is so identical. Literally, all of it is the same. This is no different than, like, the fucking Turanist takes from, like, the Turks who say, like, you know, JJJ Turks who are like, oh, dude, everything is Turk, bro. The world is Turk, bro. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Native Americans are Turk. Like, we make fun of that shit all the time here. It's literally the same as, like, fucking... the Nazi claim to like the fatherland and building a nation state for, you know, the pure Aryan Germans. Like, it's always like it's always the fucking same kind of propaganda. It is so hilarious, dude.
Arabs who took this land from Jews, and so yeah, we came back and we took what was rightfully ours.
Oh yeah.
Besides the fact that before the Jews came to here in the late 1800s, early 1900s, it was like a barren land. Like, because the Jews came here, it started to like flourish or whatever and become actually, like, people started planting things and making settlements in all these places. If the Jews never came here, then it'd be in the same place it was like 200 years ago, or not where it is today. And so the Jews came here and they started making it better for also the Arabs, and they only start to be an issue because the Arabs started to make it more of an issue.
How many people think like you? What is the state of the left wing within Israeli society?
So the people who think like me are a negligible few, and I would argue that there is no left in Israel and never ever existed. What you have are those self-proclaimed leftists, liberal Zionists.
Okay, this is a little aggro, dude.
Who basically speak the language of peace and human rights and so on.
Because that's not fucking true. There's like literal leftist Jews that get beaten up by the fucking IDF and shit. Unless he means like he's right. It's complicated in the same way a plane crash. Sure, there's a ton of factors that influence the crash, but you don't look to the plane wreckage and go, I bet that plane deserved it. Shapiro, take on people defending Palestine. Disgusting. Leftist cover for terrorist group Hamas. No, we're going to do.
In order to sugarcoat their racism and supremacy. And they speak a very different language than the acting government, for example, because the acting government is clearly a right-wing government. They are shameless about their racist attitudes and so on. They say this is ours and only ours. Many of them are decent enough to say, yes, there was the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, and that's a good thing. The problem is that we haven't finished the job, that there are still Palestinians left in Palestine. With the other type of Zionists, with the so-called left in Israel, we cannot even agree about the basic facts. But for them, in order to feel that they are both Zionist and moral at the same time, they have to keep lying to themselves all the time, every moment of every day. So they have perfected this whole discourse of lies in order to lie to themselves and also in order to lie to the international community, in order to just...
The reason why you guys keep saying this is exactly like annexation of Ukraine, or this is exactly like fucking British rhetoric in the colonies, this is exactly the same kind of things that we heard about apartheid South Africa, is because it's the fucking same. It's a colonization project, and we are seeing it happen before our eyes. That's why. It's literally the fucking same. You can cry about it all fucking day long and be like, well, we have a very complicated history of marginalization, which is true, but that doesn't fucking give you the right to literally turn around and subject others to the same kinds of fucking cruelty. Sorry, it just doesn't work that way, as I've said over and over again, and that's why I was saying that this is nearly identical in many ways to the Western nations and their colonial efforts, their imperialist efforts that are in some ways ongoing still, or happened throughout history.
Justify their existence here in that.
I think the occupation does have a big role and important. I don't think there should be
Ukraine
no
is not a
occupation
great
at all.
example of it,
But
though.
in the
Consider-
occupation,
but-
things needs to be more human.
Hold on.
You get called a leftist a lot?
Yeah, and I am a leftist.
Is leftist a slur sometimes?
Yes, it is. It is not a good, not a good way to be called in Israel.
Israel doesn't want to compromise on security. They have to do a blockade. They have to kind of cut this off. It's, you know, it's ridiculous what people have to go through there, but it's also ridiculous what we have to do to keep ourselves safe.
We don't want to fight with them. But if they ask for it, they will get it. And we're much stronger, much stronger. We are very...
Like, what are they asking for? Nobody asked for it. Did they ask for their fucking villages to be burned down, their towns to be fucking ripped apart and displaced? No, they didn't ask for this shit. They're asking for fucking water, motherfucker. That's what they're asking for. Clean water.
Behave very gently and morally. Very gently with them.
It could get a lot
Indigenous
worse.
people
is what
cannot
you're
be
saying.
colonizers in their own land.
If the
Jews are from Judea. Okay. Yes, they can. They're doing it right now. Okay. And that rhetoric is so fucking idiotic because if you go far back enough, you can find a different group of indigenous people in every fucking place on the planet. Okay?
Russians was here.
I kept going back. Land found out that there was the first known cultural group to inhabit Israel were the Natufian. Israel for the Natufian.
2 days, they will kill all of them. If the American will be here, they will kill them 2 days. They don't care about human rights.
I mean, it might as well be the Americans that are there. It's like American tech, American support, American rockets. I mean, Israel has a robust defense program too on in and of itself, but like it's Americans literally fucking either in more pacifist instances turning the other cheek or literally fucking defending Israel unconditionally. So
Rights, they don't care about nothing.
Israel's holding back.
Very, very.
But it's war, and civilians get killed in war, and it's a horrible, you know, on their side, less on our side, but at the same time, we...
Also hilarious because, like, Americans are there. Like, there are plenty of fucking American Jews that lay claim and shit in Israel and come back, like, hyper-religious people that fucking literally come back and want to play a role in the occupation project. So yeah, that's... I don't know how else to fucking describe this. Like, there's definitely Americans there too.
Put money into protecting ourselves.
Well, look, the refugees their situation is horrible, but no other nation in the world gets the refugee status that Palestinians do. The Palestinians, third-generation people, are still considered refugees.
You know, I had friends that were Canadian. They went on their passports. They wanted to see what the refugee camps were. They wanted to see what it was all about. They came back. They said it's nothing what I imagined it.
Like,
you know?
better than they imagined? Or?
They said people were driving around with nice cars, people had nice houses, villas, things like that. They thought people were being oppressed, like, you know, like living in tents. It's like they probably were, like maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago, you know, like in the past.
For them, in order for them to be Zionist and moral, in order for them to have a Jewish and democratic state, they needed, first of all and foremost, to create a Jewish majority by force, by driving away the indigenous people from their land. And this is how the state was founded. And immediately afterwards, they created a whole legal system that will make sure that those who have been expelled will never be allowed back.
Yeah, that's the best part about it, is that, like, all of the people displaced in the Nakba, like, they have no stake over their fucking historic homes, no matter how many fucking hundreds of years their families have lived there. But the motherfuckers that have been living in occupied Jerusalem, those guys also don't have a fucking stake if they're Palestinian. It's great, dude. It's great. It's literally like, if you create a legal system where Palestinians have no rights, then they're awesome. Like, obviously, like, it's all legal, boys. I'm confused. What do you mean?
And those who remained on their land, because not everyone was expelled, will never be equal citizens. Unfortunately, what we hear on mainstream media, this so-called discourse or so-called debate between the right and the left is about that. It's about, do we want a large Israel, which is Arab-free, or do we want a small Israel, which is Arab-free? This is the debate that's taking place.
Last question. There's this whole international movement of leftists and activists who want to boycott Israel.
That's the, by the way, the other lie about the two-state solution is that, and I think that's what he's like kind of talking about or alluding to, is that like the two-state solution was a project that I was in support of in the past as well, because I thought that these two nation states could coexist. But the reality is, like, the two-state solution is just a justification for Israel to be like, look, we're trying to do a two-state solution as they take over more and more territory, push away, purge all the Palestinians into areas that are inhabitable, and inhabitable because of the conditions that they themselves have created, just to slowly but surely keep fucking doing displacement and ethnic cleansing. That's it.
Israel for human rights violations, being here, seeing that, and what do you just think about that?
I live in Minneapolis, and I know a bunch of teenagers that are my age that spent summers in Israel, and while they were activists for BLM last summer, now they have no problem with oppressing minorities. Yeah, that's the beauty. That's the beautiful part about this, for the record. I'm going to talk about Jewish Voices for Peace, and if not now, in a second. I love those guys. Okay, hold on. Uninhabitable. Okay, so that's the hilarity, is that like BLM, hashtag BLM motherfuckers are just like, but Palestinians, like, they kind of deserve to be cleansed. You know what I mean? Where it's like, come on, dude. Like, Israel's such a sick fucking, summer vacation for me, dude. Sorry, dude. Like, I don't know. They're like fucking pro-LGBT though, and Muslims are kind of scary. But like hashtag BLM though. I don't know. It's great. It's fucking great.
I think the BDS movement, the leaders of the BDS movement, or everyone that thinks that Israel is bad, if they should read up about the topic, the other side, and they should come here and see how everybody's comfortable.
Wait, what?
There's this whole international movement of leftists and activists who want to boycott Israel for human rights violations, being here, seeing that, and what do you just think about that?
I think the BDS movement, the leaders of the BDS movement, or everyone that thinks that Israel is bad.
Did this motherfucker just say the leaders of the BDS movement should come here? How are they going to do that, dude? You think it's so free to travel to, like, Israeli territory as a fucking vocal Palestinian activist? Like, what kind of take is that, dude? Yeah, just come here, bro. Which is like, which could be read as a threat, I feel like. Just come here, motherfucker. Come on. Just see how nice it is in Israel. Come on. Just come here, dude. Great.
If they should read up about the topic, the other side, and they should come here and see how everybody's comfortable.
People right now, they're looking at Israel and they're calling it an apartheid state. And Israel is not an apartheid state. There's places, I mean, my family from 5 generations ago, they were from Jenin. You can't find one Jew in Jenin right now. I mean...
What? Israel's not an apartheid state? Bro. Like... Dude, look right there. Look at that car. That is a yellow license plate. That's another yellow license plate. Do you see any cars in this entire video in the surrounding region with green license plates? No. You want to know why? Because Palestinians don't have the right to fucking travel in a lot of these neighborhoods. Okay? Why? Because there's an apartheid.
It's totally Jew-free. So if you want to think about a racist apartheid state, it seems it's more, in my opinion, coming.
Yeah, dude. Apartheid states have never historically had, two different groups coexist while still subjugating the other group. Apartheid South Africa, for example. Dude, famously, no black people were there, actually.
Coming from their side.
And just a response, I guess, to kind of this international movement, the BDS movement, and also the movement that says settlements are illegal, they're encroaching on Palestinian land. Can you respond to that accusation?
I think the response would be two-part. The first part would be very simple. Nobody gives Turkey problems for their settlements in Cyprus. It's an anti-Semitic thing.
What? Dude, that is not true. That's literally not fucking true, dude. What the fuck? How is that? That is literally not true. Like, whoa, yeah, everyone's favorite country on the planet, Turkey. If anything, instead of talking about Cyprus, talk about fucking Kurds, dude, okay? But of course, he's not going to talk about Kurds because, it's very similar to fucking... One, Kurds are also Muslim, and two, similar occupation to, or similar displacement to what he considers to be positive and good when Israel is doing it to Palestinians. But, this whataboutism betrays the fucking values that you espouse. Okay? You either believe that it's good. Okay? You either believe that it's good and that's why you're defending it, or you believe it's bad when other people do it, but it's good when you do it. Because you can't turn around and be like, what Israel did is actually pretty fucking poggers. But look at Turkey. No one's criticizing Turkey. It's like, dog, okay then. So what's up? What's up then? What's up with Israel then?
Maybe they don't know that they hate Jews, but they give us so much trouble. The UN only talks about Israel. What about North Korea? What about Russia? Then the second thing would be to...
Yeah, famously armed by the Western states and legitimized by the most powerful states on the planet, North Korea and Russia. But once again, whataboutism betrays the actual values that you espouse. You cannot act like you're a fucking progressive and then criticize Russia and North Korea while simultaneously drawing that equivalence on your own. I didn't even say it. You said it. You drew that equivalence and then fucking said that's bad, implying that it's bad when they do it, but it's somehow good when you do it.
To say is that...
Even from the UN?
Completely from the UN. I mean, come on. You're talking about that we're worse than the North Korean dictatorship? Nobody in the world thinks that. So those people in the UN and all these peace activists...
Wait, what?
Completely from the UN. I mean, come on. You're talking about that we're worse than the North Korean dictatorship? Nobody in the world thinks that. So those people in the UN and all these peace activists...
Okay, first of all, the difference between North Korea and Israel, and I've said this about America and North Korea routinely, is that North Korea does not have the fucking fraction of the power to do anything to South Korea, with the exception of artillery fire if push came to shove, which would then subsequently turn the entirety of North Korea into fucking glass. Okay? Also, why is your metric for manageable apartheid conditions fucking North Korea? Okay? Oh, dude, we're not as bad as North Korea, dude. What the fuck? Which I don't even believe, for the record. No, it's worse. America is worse than North Korea in the sense that America, maybe not to its own citizens, but to fucking literally other countries, America subjects them to significantly worse conditions than what North Korea can do to any other country, sheerly because they do not have fucking power. They just don't. They don't. If you think North Korea is powerful in any way, you're a fucking idiot, okay? You're a delusional moron that has been fed so much fucking propaganda that you think this country that, like, doesn't even have the fucking GDP or economic power or any power in general comparable to, like, a fucking American state like Wisconsin, okay? Then you're a delusional psycho. That's one. And two, why is it that, like, your metric for success, this is like when Americans say, like, gun violence in our country, sweaty, have you heard of El Salvador? It's like, why is that the fucking metric? Oh, America doesn't have healthcare. Well, what about Somalia? They don't have healthcare too. Okay. I didn't realize we were the wealthiest nation on earth that we're comparing ourselves to fucking Somalia. Like, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy.
I mean, look, she's a woman. She's walking around however she wants here in Israel, right? There's female genital mutilation in Egypt, not very far from here. Why don't people talk about that?
What the fuck? Dude, based anti-female genital mutilation take from, you know, a Jewish person who gets circumcised, but that's of course, I'm not an intactivist, so I'm not gonna touch that subject. But hilarious. Okay. Why isn't North Korea dangerous? Because they are a fucking laughably small and laughably powerless nation. Okay?
I think that, like, we should have more, not more rights. I think we have rights to build more houses for our citizens. And, like, a lot of things that Israel gets criticism for, other countries will never get it.
אני רוצה להגיד פה לראש ממשלה פה בארץ, בישראל, אין מצב שיהיה פה שלום בארץ. אי אפשר לעשות איתם שלום, הם תמיד שונאים אותנו. אם אי אפשר לעשות שלום והמצב ככה לא יכול להישאר, אז צריך לטפל בהם בדרכים אחרות, אין מה לעשות.
It's irrelevant. The views of Israelis about the situation are totally irrelevant to the question of how do we change the situation. Did it matter what white people think about apartheid in South Africa at the time? The question is, how do we end apartheid and how do we end Israeli crimes? You know, every Israeli official will claim to speak on behalf of the Jewish people and will even demand of Palestinians to recognize Israel's right to be a Jewish state and so on.
How is female genital mutilation in Egypt relevant to Israel? No, when you get like a Zionist, when you back a Zionist into like an intellectual corner, they just literally start doing like, well, we're fucking vegan, dude. Like, we're LGBT friendly and we're fucking vegan and like that's it. It's just like, I have no other thing to say here and it's not great. So yeah, we're actually we're not North Korea. It's kind of fucked up what North Korea is doing. Why aren't you talking about that? It's just, it's whataboutism. You and the hoodie gang, fuck circumcision law? No, unfortunately, I was robbed of my foreskin as a baby.
I don't recognize Israel's right to be a Jewish state because it is not Jewish by religion. It is only Jewish by supremacy. Israel is Jewish just like South Africa was white in the exact same context.
True.
With the exact same meaning.
This is true. Straight up.
And obviously any decent person around the world should oppose that because it is inherently racist and more than that. And it also happens to be very much against international law. So when we talk about Israel as an apartheid state, even though it's not exactly like South Africa, it neatly falls under the legal definition of the crime of apartheid, which is a very serious crime, one of the few crimes that is regarded as a crime against humanity, which means that all countries of the world are obligated to do something against it, not to be complicit in that. And what we're coming and saying is, no, there are basic fundamental Palestinian rights that must be respected. One of them is ending of the occupation, of course, but that's not the main issue, that's part of the issue. The other two rights are equality inside Israel proper or what we call Palestine 48, and the rights of the refugees, which are being expelled from there since the very foundation of the State of Israel. These are fundamental rights, they must be respected. And now we can debate, we can argue about how do we implement these rights. I'm willing to discuss that. I'm not going to discuss,
God damn it. Every time I get like an itch, I don't know if it's like with you guys as well, but when you get an itch inside of your nose, it's unrelated to the story completely. But like, it just gets worse and worse when you start itching it. Sorry, I don't know if it's because I have too many nose hairs.
Negotiable.
You guys need to stop the debate on fucking foreskins and stuff. None of your peepees matter, okay? Stop. Inside of my nose hole, yes. Yes, I will react to Ben Shabibo. Oh god, now the other side is getting itchy! Fuck! Okay, anyway, please stop talking about your foreskins, chat. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my lord. All right. I am not going to watch the video about Israel and Palestine. The middle ground video on Israel and Palestine is fucking cringe brain cancer, dude. The Al-Aqsa Brigade's march in great numbers from Jenin refugee camp, announcing officially that engagement with the enemy will start immediately in all West Bank locations. What? Fatah is now involving them in the conflict, as it seems. Oh, geez. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's not good. Okay, let's watch the Ben Shabibo video if you want. But I don't know which one to watch. Fever Dream? Woke Disney, take your Snow White privilege and get out of here. We would never say the M word. No Trump supporters allowed. Vaccinated only. Pronoun train at the trans station. Antifa land. Black Lives Matter horn. Socialism go around. A free ride. Anyway, I'm gonna watch the Ben Shabibo video. I don't know which one it is though. But I mean, that'd be pretty pog if they did this. Oh, here. To get shot. Here, I'll just show you. Wait, hold on. I want to see if this is fucking TOS stuff. 1 second. I wanted to show you guys this, but before I do that, it's top of the hour every hour. I forgot to run an ad break again, so I'm going to run the ad break now. I wonder what the M word is, by the way. I have no idea what that is. So it's time for a 60-second ad break. If you'd like an ad-free broadcasting experience, you know, don't miss a single moment or whatever, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5, or you can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? Oh, M word is MAGA. Got it. All right, I'm running the ad now, and I'm watching this video. Here it is. So this is from This is from the Gaza Fights for Freedom full documentary. And this is how Israeli spokespeople explain away IDF snipers deliberately shooting and killing dozens of unarmed children for the crime of attending a protest.
To get shot, believe it or not. They're paying them something like $500 per gunshot wound. You know, Hamas sent a 7-year-old girl who was wearing a Minnie Mouse sweatsuit right up to the fence so that IDF troops would, in their perverse in the perverse mindset of Hamas, would shoot her and kill her.
It is.
What? That's fucking just, how do you say that, dude? Like, how do you get yourself to be like, there's a guy behind the sniper rifle who's shooting a girl, okay? But it's people that are like pushing the fucking, so basically, and I hate to say this, but you know what this is? Okay, dude, I got it. You're trying to say the N-word, but with an M. You got a permanent ban, okay? Are you happy? I don't care if you're a fucking 1-month subscriber or not. Hamas sent a 7-year-old girl to force snipers to kill her. I mean, doesn't that mean that, like, this fucking terrorist group still believes that Israel is more humane than they actually are? Isn't that technically this? Like, isn't that what you're saying when you say shit like that? Aren't you literally fucking saying that, like, yeah, these guys are fucking bloodthirsty terrorists, but also they still think that Israel is going to be more humane. But, you know, Israel showed them.
Reported that someone in a wheelchair was fatally shot, Mr. Ambassador.
Hamas is always very good at trying to put out all sorts of propaganda and myths. They're experts at that.
And they intentionally moved up the day so that it would coincide with the opening of the embassy move, so that we would all be disgusted and heartbroken when we saw this horrible split screen of Ivanka Trump looking like she was at a country club next to poor, desperate people dying in Gaza.
I agree with you. They planned that, absolutely.
Right, and I'm just saying, let's not fall for a trap that is being set by a theocratic, authoritarian group that is sending women and children.
I don't think I'm falling
to
for a
the
trap.
human shield.
I agree. I couldn't agree more with all of that.
I think it's terrible.
Of course. Guys, stop. Bill Maher hates religions equally, okay? But, you know, the theocratic, oh, I guess not fully theocratic, but the Jewish ethno-state project of Israel, well, that's fucking poggers, okay? He hates all religions equally, but he just hates, like, the religion of Islam more equally than others.
That Hamas is butchering its own children. Hamas is conducting massive self-genocide.
They want to pile up as many civilian dead as they can because somebody said they use, I mean, it's gruesome, they use telegenically dead Palestinians for their cause.
Okay, let's use this logic, okay? I mean, this is literally just stop hitting yourself, the bully stop hitting yourself tactic, right? I mean, it's way more disgusting when you think about, like, what's actually happening. So why are you playing into it? I mean, here's one way to stop that. I mean, oh no, like, the worst part about my ethnic cleansing is when, you know, it makes me look bad. The worst part about my ethnic cleansing is when it makes me look bad when I'm in the process of doing the ethnic cleansing. Why? I hate it. Why can't I just do a little bit of ethnic cleansing with absolutely zero condemnation from the international community? And the funny part is, like, it's not like there's a lot of condemnation to begin with, or rather the condemnation fucking actually works. But, you know. But it's great. It's like, well, how about instead of saying, like, they're telegenetically or I don't even know how to say this, but telegenically dead, just don't shoot them, you know? It's a fucking super sick, super easy way to not offer Hamas that ultimate goal.
They want the more dead, the better. They're pushing civilians, women, children into the line of fire with the view.
He did not come up with the phrase telegenically dead on the spot. That shit was concocted by propagandists and maybe even focus groups.
Of getting casualties. We try to minimize the casualties. They're trying to incur casualties in order to put pressure on Israel, which is horrible.
What they're deliberately doing is seeking to kill as many Palestinians as possible in order to yell to the world to help us.
Bro, the Palestinians are not dying randomly. The people that you're defending are killing them. Why is it that, like, every fucking time we have this fucking conversation, all of these motherfuckers rob the agency of the Israeli IDF soldiers that are engaging in these acts of violence from any sort of humanity. Like, they're just like, these guys are fucking robots, man. They are psycho murderers, bro. You don't understand. Like, I'm sorry, bro. It's fucking literally your fault that you came to the fucking border, dog. You're gonna get clapped if you come to the border.
And much of the world is condemning us.
Why is this HasanAbi dude defending Hamas? Is he a fucking lunatic? Yes, dude. I'm defending Hamas, and two, I'm a lunatic for saying that, like, hey, perhaps Israeli soldiers should not fucking headshot medics and children if they don't want to look bad when they're doing their fucking little bit of ethnic cleansing. You know, there's a really cool way of avoiding that, which is don't fucking snipe non-combatants.
War crimes, basically they're serving Hamas's goal. That's just what Hamas is about.
Make no mistake, Hamas is pleased with the results from yesterday. No country in this chamber would act with more restraint than Israel has.
And that said, Israel only targeted people who were actively engaged in violence.
We only use live fire in a measured and surgical way.
Why the Israeli forces were shooting dead protesters at the Gaza crossings.
Well, we can't put all these people in jail.
What are we gonna do, bro? Put them in jail? We can't do that. We gotta kill some of them. Dude, this is... I'm sorry, bro. You're a Nazi, okay? You're literally a fucking Nazi. I don't give a fuck if you're Jewish. I don't give a fuck what your, like, history is. But right now, in this fucking framework, in this point in time, you are literally a Nazi, okay? That's it. Like, the difference is that it's fucking not German, okay? It's in English. But what about the Hamas rockets? We must be clear. What started this immediate horror was the intensification of Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign against Palestinians in East Jerusalem. Yeah. Wait, let me see if there's any, like, yeah, I can't show this. There's, like, literally dead Palestinian children in this article. I already talked about this, by the way, so there's no reason to go over this again. Really? Downplaying the systematic murder of 6 million Jews, but okay? Really? Am I downplaying the systematic murder of one of the worst atrocities that have ever been committed? Really? I'm downplaying that by saying, like, you are literally doing the same shit that your people were subjected to? It's funny. It's funny. It's great. It's wonderful when people try to fucking defend. You're stealing their land. What do you expect for them to just sit and watch you? What? Are you saying the Palestinians are stealing Israeli land? Are you fucking insane? Hamas demands for Israel for anyone who won't search and see why Netanyahu denied ceasefire, giving free access to worshippers from all parts of Palestine to pray without restriction or harassment by the Israeli police or the Israeli settlers, and halting the attempts to expel the Palestinian leaders or Palestinian residents of Sheikh Jarrah. Yeah, I mentioned that, and people got mad at me and said that was a lie. Yeah, before the original Hamas bombing campaign started, they literally said, and like remove all of the fucking Israeli troops from the Al-Aqsa Mosque and allow freedom of travel for all Palestinians to go to the Al-Aqsa Mosque. and stop the forcible removal of the Palestinians from Sheikh Jarrah, and if you don't do that, what? I'm reading the other way? Wait, no, that's literally what fucking Hamas, that's literally what Hamas said. No, they did. There's a video of it. It's not like, I mean, dude, even the fucking, listen, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. When the fucking New York Times, which is historically not exactly the biggest advocates for Muslim lives or Palestinians in general, when the New York Times is covering it adequately and absolutely fucking showing, like, the leader of Hamas saying, like, we will do something if you don't remove the soldiers from Al-Aqsa and allow Palestinians to get into the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and then their bombing campaign starts, like, and you can literally find it on the New York Times Daily, and in general, you can find it everywhere. Then you're probably in the wrong. Have you seen South Carolina proposing making Confederate black soldier monuments? No. You clicked on a tweet earlier and said, oh shit, that's bad. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, Bernie Sanders wrote a article on it. Your chat is starting to attract IDF paid Hosborough brigaders. Be careful. They're going to start putting out bullshit. No, they're not. Good luck. I mean, fucking good luck. I think there's plenty of, like, hyper-nationalist Zionists that come in here with fucking hot takes regardless, so... What's the extension you use to get a scroll over summary for links in the chat? It's just Chatterino. It's a Chatterino option. The IDF murdered a Palestinian paramedic when she had her hands up and was no threat to them, and she was in her uniform after she died. Yeah, I remember. I talked about that already. I talked about this before. So that, a part of the conflict that we just showed you, a part of, like, them fucking murking people with sniper rifles and then claiming it was, like, Hamas's fault for those people being there in protest. In that round of Israeli brutality, there was a Palestinian paramedic that was murdered by the IDF. IDF snipers shot a Palestinian paramedic who had her fucking hands up, who was very clearly not a threat, and was clearly marked as a paramedic, which is like a war crime, as you guys know. But when you're doing so many war crimes, how are you going to fucking keep up, right? And the IDF literally deceptively edited video footage to smear her and say that she was actually a fucking terrorist. And then it came out that that was a fucking complete lie. Just be careful with your words around Hamas, as Twitch could use terrorism to ban you. That's ridiculous, dude. That's fucking insane. Okay. We'll be going to a Free Palestine demonstration in London where Corbyn will be the speaker. Good shit. Safer to be a medic without markings? Okay, I'm gonna watch the Shabibo video finally. Playlist. I don't know which one you wanted to watch. Okay. Disgusting. Leftist cover
Biden
for
reinforces the false
Hamas.
idea that Palestinians instigated this cycle of violence. Of course they instigated this cycle of violence. Are you insane?
I cannot watch that footage.
Wait. Hamas instigated this cycle of violence? It was so crazy when Hamas was like, yo, IDF, you should go fucking evict the Palestinians in Sheikh Jarrah or threaten to remove them from their homes, and also simultaneously set up blockades for the past fucking, 30, 40 fucking years, right? In occupied territory that the international community has condemned as a war crime. And then on top of that, Hamas was like, yo, please fucking, rubber bullet the mosque goers after you already prevented a bunch of fucking Palestinians from going to the mosque in general.
And see a fair fight.
Who's firing the rockets?
What they are doing to the Palestinian people is what they continue to do to our black brothers and sisters here.
They don't hate America because they hate Israel. They hate Israel because they hate America. The left's willingness to cover for actual honest-to-God terrorist groups is astonishing to me.
Or maybe, just maybe, like, Rashida Tlaib personally has, experience with the matter. I don't know. That could be part of it. Or, I don't know. Maybe they, like, literally see IDF beating the shit out of people inside of a mosque and think, like, that's kind of fucked up.
It really is an amazing thing. Hamas makes no bones about the fact that they wish to wipe out every Jew. Okay, this is not a conflict over land. This is not a conflict over borders. This is not a... You have one group that wishes to kill everyone of a particular group and one group that wishes to live. They are being very inconvenient in that they are not...
Dude, all Palestinians are Hamas, okay? All Palestinians want to wipe out all Jews. And also, simultaneously, like, Israel is not doing literally, like, the actions that Ben Shapiro claims all Palestinians want to subject all Jews to. That's great, dude. What a... Just role reversal. Just in order to make your argument, just straight up fucking... Just say that your enemy is exactly like the actions and take the actions that you yourself or your side is fucking committing. Just say that your enemy's doing it.
Not willingly dying. There have been times in the past where Jews were quite soft in their own defense. It didn't end well for them. That's never going to happen again. That's why the state of Israel exists, and people are angry that the state of Israel exists. And so you have to come up with all sorts of bizarre justifications for why Israel is not right to defend itself here. Fortunately, we have sitting Congress people, who are full on this sort of stuff. So, for example, you have Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez openly defending Hamas, right? This genius. So Joe Biden said that Israel has a right to defend itself, which, by the way, isn't it kind of amazing that you have to actually say that?
Does Palestine have a right to defend itself? Does Palestine have a right to defend itself? That's the question you got to ask. Like, can Palestinians defend themselves against an occupying force? Obviously, no. Ben Shapiro does not think that.
Israel, which is a sovereign country, has the right to defend itself. What would the converse be? It doesn't have the right to defend itself? Of course it has the right to defend itself. You know what would happen if there were a terrorist group, or say the government of Mexico, which is actually...
Or the government of Israel, which operates as a fucking terrorist group against Palestinians.
What is going on? Hamas is the government of the Gaza Strip. What if the government of Mexico were firing hundreds of rockets into San Diego?
Dude, people that say they launched the rockets first are so... Oh, you guys weren't here already. I went through piece by piece and described to you what fucking happened as the lead up to Hamas launching rockets. That's still not justifiable, because I don't think that like what Israel is doing is justifiable. And if I don't think what Israel is doing is justifiable, the small fraction of that, which is what Hamas does, just not even comparable because it's so asymmetrical, that's not justifiable either. Okay? But the reason why rockets were fired upon Israel, which were quickly intercepted, by the way, by the Iron Dome system, was because Hamas demanded that the IDF no longer fucking beat the shit out of the Palestinians that were traveling to Al-Aqsa Mosque on Islam's holiest fucking day. And Al-Aqsa Mosque is one of Islam's holiest fucking sites on the planet. That's it. They wanted Israel to stop evicting the Palestinians from Sheikh Jarrah, and they wanted Israel to stop rubber bulleting and gassing and fucking beating the shit out of Muslims who were in Al-Aqsa. Okay? Built on the site of the second Jewish temple. Dude, I love that take. It's like, I fucking love that take, dude. Okay, the entire city of Jerusalem is fucking holy. Okay, got it. Oh, dude, sorry. It's one of the holiest sites for Jews, too. So, okay. All right. So what do you want to do? You want to fucking bomb the mosque and just wipe it out? Like, I don't get it. Bring the Crusades back, bro. Sorry. I guess genocide is okay then.
Diego. Do you know how long that government would last? 0 days. We would be planting the American flag in Mexico City immediately. Okay, this.
Wait, would that make it right? Like, that's also kind of weird. It's like, dude, we would fucking be so devastating. Yeah. Okay,
notion
great.
that Israel is supposed to sit around and bear this sort of stuff is insane. So Biden says Israel has a right to defend itself, which is like the mildest form of, okay, Israel can kill a few Hamas leaders.
Like, what, honestly, listen to me. I'm seriously asking this because, like, maybe someone who knows Ben Shabibo can, like, tell me. Like, what could have Biden said? What should have Biden say that, like, that would have made him sound more militantly defending Israel? Like, what could he have said that made him literally sound more like he's in support of Israel? He literally said, I talked to all the surrounding leaders, Jack, did not mention Palestinians once. The Americans blocked the fucking UN Security Council from even discussing peace talks. Okay? He's already said, like, I'm a Zionist. You don't need to be a Jew to be a Zionist. He said that we should be unapologetic about our support for Israel. Like, what could he have said that would make Ben Shapiro excited? Like, should he have said, Palestine, you do not deserve to be there, and Israel, may Israel wipe you off the face of the planet? Would Ben Shapiro be happy about that? Is that the only thing? And everything beyond that is actually unacceptable? Like, what do you want him to do, dude? You want him to sit there and fucking literally press the button to keep, like, drone striking fucking Palestinian buildings? Would you be comfortable then? Because Biden literally does not give a single shit about Palestinians. That much is clear. The only thing, and I said this yesterday, the only difference here is, like, between Biden and Trump, the only difference here for all of you fucking supposedly progressive for everything but Palestine, the only difference here between Biden and fucking Trump is that Donald Trump would have also been like, Palestinians are dogs and they deserve to be wiped out. That's it. The actions of the American government under Trump and Biden would have been nearly fucking identical. Okay? I can't speak for moving the embassy to Jerusalem, but it doesn't seem like Biden wants to take the embassy out of Jerusalem, the American embassy, legitimizing Israel's occupation there. Anyway.
Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez then tweets out, blanket statements like these. Blanket statements? What state doesn't have the right to defend itself? Blanket statements like these with little context or acknowledgement of what precipitated this cycle of violence, namely the expulsions of Palestinians and attacks on Al-Aqsa, dehumanize Palestinians and imply the U.S. will look the other way at human rights violations. It's wrong. So it's wrong for her, for the Jewish state to defend itself. Okay, saying that Israel doesn't have a right to defend itself from ongoing, consistent rocket attacks directed at civilians. Okay, there's a point where being anti-Israel shifts over into being anti-Semitic. Okay, and at the point...
Wait, what is that point for Ben? I thought it was literally the moment that you utter an anti-Zionist take, or the moment that you say anything that is like even remotely critical of Israel, you're an anti-Semite. Unless you are in support of Israel, then you can literally say anti-Semitic things and Ben will defend you like Ann Coulter. What's the line for Ben, I wonder? Because it sure seems like Ben thinks literally any fucking mention of Israel that is not like full-throated support is anti-Semitism.
Point where you're saying that the Jewish state doesn't have the same rights as any other state on planet Earth, you have reached this point. Okay, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez tweeted out by only stepping in to name Hamas's actions, which are condemnable, and refusing to acknowledge the right...
Okay, but like, she literally is condemning Hamas. What the fuck? So what's Ben's problem? Again, this is incredible. He's literally saying that, like, even if you condemn Hamas, which literally everyone does, come the fuck on, obviously. Even if you condemn Hamas and then say, Israel, you should stop committing human rights abuses, it's like not enough. It's not enough. You literally have to say, no, what Israel's doing is poggers, okay? I'm Ben Shapiro, and hypothetically, what if ethnic cleansing, when done by Israelis, was actually very cool and very defendable? Like that's what the Ben Shapiro take is, okay? It's obvious. It's obvious that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez here, hypothetically, is defending Hamas by saying Hamas's actions are condemnable.
To Palestinians, Biden reinforces the false idea that Palestinians instigated this cycle of violence. Of course they instigated this cycle of violence. Are you insane? Who's firing the rockets?
Okay. I love when ardent defenders of Zionism and the IDF's actions and Israel always act like yesterday did not happen. They always like, there was that one like interesting fucking meme where it's like, there will be like 11 fucking headlines leading up to the moment where like Hamas fires rockets, right? And they just go, nothing happened before that moment. And it's just, the people were just like, oh yeah, we fucking love, dude, we're just gonna fucking do this, dude. Fuck yeah. Like, there are absolutely fucking anti-Semitic freaks in Hamas, obviously. Okay? Obviously. But as far as them operating or basically locking the Palestinians in Gaza as the only administrative body, as far as they are like representatives of that administrative body, they made demands, and their demands were stop beating the shit out of fucking people going to Al-Aqsa. It's on the record. Not only that, but also on top of that, there was a call for a ceasefire from the Hamas side. Once again, Hamas shot rockets at Israel 1,400 years ago. Yeah, exactly. Okay? Where UN and the UAE and other fucking surrounding region leaders wanted to go to Hamas and ask for a ceasefire. And they said, and I'm not like defending Hamas or anything, I'm just I'm reporting to you what the fucking news is, okay? And they said, Israel needs to declare a ceasefire. They are the ones who are firing back. And Benjamin Netanyahu and other IDF leaders straight up said, no, we're not going to stop. When the UN Security Council wanted to at least start the peace talks and the ceasefire talks, the United States, in an effort to let Israel continue its bombing campaign, said, no, we are going to block this from happening. So there are certain parts that want to end the bombing campaign, okay? And there is one group that does not want to end the bombing campaign, and that group is fucking Israel, okay? Is the Israeli government, because they don't want to end it. They want to wipe out as many Palestinians as they can, or they want to fucking show the Palestinians, like, if any motherfucker stands up and tries to fucking fight back in any way, shape, or form, we will bomb the fuck out of you. And that is precisely what is going on.
Who started the riots at Al-Aqsa? Okay, that is a lie to say that the Israelis started the riots at Al-Aqsa. It is not true.
Damn, going again and again and again over the same controversial topic without providing a solution sure is good for ad revenue. Are you talking about Ben or me? Because I've talked about my solutions multiple times. It's a one-state solution. Maybe you haven't been here, but it is the only solution, okay? And that solution is not going to be Israel in the way that it currently operates against Palestinians. A democratic country, a democratic nation state that is comprised of all Palestinians and all Israelis that are currently living there. That is the only fucking solution.
It is an overt lie. She says this is not neutral language. It takes a side, the side of occupation. She's an ignoramus and she's a fool. Okay, and that is perfectly clear.
They mean a solution they want to hear. Yeah, that's true.
Clear. But you know, I will attribute ignorance to her. I will attribute malice to Rashida Tlaib. So Rashida Tlaib is just a malicious.
Ooh, I wonder why Rashida Tlaib is malicious. I wonder if her being Palestinian has anything to do with like why she's like on top of everything else. Like AOC's kind of stupid, right? But Rashida Tlaib, she's malicious. I wonder why Rashida Tlaib is additionally malicious.
Pro-terror liar. So here's Rashida Tlaib at a rally yesterday promoting the leftist idea, the international leftist idea, that the subjugated of the world are all in solidarity with one another, and that the true story of humanity is white people all over. And she counts Jews with whites. White people all.
Okay, there are plenty of Israelis that are fucking not white. Okay, some Israelis don't even like those not white people, as a matter of fact, depending on how not white they are, i.e. Ethiopian Jews and African Jews in general. Look no further than the wonderful IDF program that even Tucker Carlson thought was incredible, where the IDF was going to train civilians to find and out and forcibly remove Ethiopian Jews that are not supposed to be within the borders of Israel. Tucker Carlson thought that was fucking sick, and then America should do it as well. Anyway, but like, yeah, no, there are white Jews, and then there are non-white Jews. It's not a monolith, obviously, because Jews come from all around the world, from different backgrounds and all of that. But I think what most people say, it's been 3 to 4 days of you covering this, and you haven't stopped Israel yourself yet. What do I pay you 2 cents an hour for? Yeah. What the fuck was I talking about? I totally forgot. God damn it. I totally forgot. I just read the fucking take. I love how they pretended the IDF cannot surgically and precisely enter Hamas operated regions to greatly minimize collateral damage to Palestinian civilians. They forcibly gave Ethiopian Jews birth control. This explains what you're saying. What is this fucking link, dude? You've been spamming this nonstop. What? What the fuck is this? Faisal Al-Shaka, a short video explaining Israel's relationship with Palestine. What?
Hey! Come back here and fight me like a man. If you come near me again, I'm gonna break your face. No, bro, you keep coming in at the wrong time. He punched me.
Breaking news. A Palestinian man incites violence and threatens to kill an innocent Israeli man. Folks, this footage is too disturbing to show, so we won't show it.
This is kind of cringe, dude.
Yes, finally. Hey, that's my phone. It's mine now. Give it back. No.
No, I can't watch. This is too fucking cringe to watch. Okay. I can't watch this. Anyway. What's your take on Turkish genocide on Armenians? What is it, chat? If only there was a command for this, because this is the most common fucking way to deflect away. Okay, let's watch.
All over, who are subjugating brown people all over. This
That's
is
my video. Thanks. I thought I did good. Shut the fuck up. Don't say that. It's good. It's just maybe not the best for this moment in time.
something that Jamal Bowman, who's standing right next to Rashida Tlaib when she says this, also is putting out there. It's the reason why Black Lives Matter has in its manifesto, in its program, end the Israeli occupation. And because there's a lie that is out there, going all the way back to Franz Fanon, that basically anybody who has a European way of life is an oppressor, and anybody else is not an oppressor. They are the victimized. And so the oppressed of the world have to rise up in anti-colonialist fashion, right? That's what this language is. So here's Rashida Tlaib suggesting that what the Israelis are, quote unquote, doing to the Palestinians is what the police do to black and brown people. I assume that's what she means by they, because if she doesn't mean the police by they, if she doesn't mean two separate terms by they, as you will see, then she's just talking about the Jews. And that's just pure anti-Semitism. So here's Rashida Tlaib suggesting somehow a connection between police treatment of black and brown people in the United States, which again she lies about, to Israeli treatment of Palestinians. So there are a few things that are wrong with this. One, the police in the United States are not systemically racist. Put that aside. Number two, the Israelis are not white. Okay, this
Okay. Oh, this is what I was going to say. When Rashida Tlaib talks about like white people, or when I say like this is Israel having its like Western white colonizer moment, I don't mean they're literally fucking white. I mean they're acting like white people, okay? They're acting like how white people have historically acted. And when I say how white people have historically acted, I mean Western colonial expansion, okay? And that is literally what's going on. So it's kind of funny that Ben is doing the whole like, actually, Sweaty, these fucking oppressors, these colonizers in this circumstance, well, some of them are not white, so it's kind of fucked up. I thought being white was all right, Ben. Why are you now all of a sudden trying to fucking use the POC shield?
This bizarre
Shields up, boys.
notion that the Israelis are white ignores the fact that like half of Israelis, more than half of Israelis, by percentage, are from Arabic countries. Okay, the Jews who have been killed in Israel, there's some from Yemen, there's some from Morocco. They're
Dude, this is funny as fuck. Dude, he's literally trying to do identity politics. The intersectionality of the Jews being killed in Israel. How dare you? How dare you say they're behaving like white colonizers? That's
plenty
great.
of Jews who are not white. Okay, and Jews, technically speaking, were not white until like the last 5 minutes when they became prominent in American politics. Until then, they were considered an outgroup. Okay, but here's Rashida Tlaib pushing this vile nonsense, this vile racially polarizing nonsense. And by the way,
yo, if like the Israeli supremacist attitudes are not similar to white colonizers, then why are they fucking over Ethiopian Jews and shit? Or why did the fucking crowd, like literally 2 days ago, why did the Jewish crowd, the Israeli crowd, look for a Palestinian, an Arab Israeli, I guess, which is still a colonizer language, with like a Palestinian living in Israel, and then ended up beating the shit out of just, again, a Jewish Israeli who was just browner. It's like whenever motherfuckers say like, Islamophobia is not racist, sweaty. Yeah, but it's fucking racialized, dude. Like, it's literally racialized. It's just like the ethno-state project in Israel also has a racialized component as well.
The way pro-Hamas nonsense, because she has nary a word to say about Hamas firing rockets indiscriminately into civilian population centers and using human shields in order to protect themselves.
Our freedom is interconnected with black, brown, indigenous. It is connected. What they are doing to the Palestinian people is what they continue to do to our black brothers and sisters here, to the immigrant community here in America. So I want you to know this. As you are marching for freedom of Palestine, please know that you must be marching for everybody's freedom. It is all interconnected.
It's all interconnected, you see.
This is how you grow this movement.
But by the way, it is.
Spread the truth.
I mean, it is. Like, it literally is. Because the oppression of marginalized communities, which historically has featured Jews as well, by the way, and still does in certain respects, just not in fucking Israel, is usually very similar. Just like colonization is oftentimes very fucking similar. Let's see. Ben said, by the way, it is. I want to hear what he has to say.
To the left, you wonder about the red, people have termed the red-green alliance, meaning the sort of communist, red Islamist alliance. The answer is there.
What? Wait, is he trying to say the red-brown alliance? Like, or is he gonna? Wait, what the fuck is he talking about?
Aimed at tearing down American institutions, tearing down Western institutions. Israel is seen as an extension of that. They don't hate America because they hate Israel.
Dude, red alliance. Yeah, no, dude. Yeah, the communist Islamist alliance, dude. Muslim is green. Yeah, Muslim communist alliance. Okay, yeah, when you have no fucking argument, you just make one up. You just craft one up that's like fucking idiotic. And because your audience are a bunch of goddamn hogs that eat the slop that you feed them, hook, line, and sinker, they'll just be like, yeah, he's right. It's because, yeah. I wonder why an American congresswoman of Palestinian descent would be for ending the oppression and the occupation of, like, literally people like her grandmother, okay? I wonder why she would have a take like that. Oh, it must be because they want to end American civilization. That's what it is.
Israel. They hate Israel because they hate America. I mean, this is the basic notion that Rashida Tlaib is connecting the institutions of the United States with what's going on in Israel. In order to conflate all of that, you have to acknowledge that what she's really attempting to do is condemn all of the systems of the West because there is some supposed underclass that is being repressed by these systems. And so,
I mean, but like we're not even talking about it from the capitalist point of view of like workers being the permanent underclass, like, or the inherent contradictions within the class interests under capitalism and how they clash with one another. Like, but we can watch the footage, Ben. Like, the footage exists. Like, you can see IDF soldiers rolling into Al-Aqsa Mosque and fucking over people who are praying inside the mosque in the middle of Ramadan. Like, we can see it with our fucking eyes. And a lot of people, unfortunately for Ben Shabibo, are actually paying attention for the first time in the West. That's what's really triggering for people like Ben, who have enjoyed the support, or rather the lack of care from Western media watchers in regards to the Israel-Palestine situation. Like, he's gotten away with some of the more psychotic, bloodthirsty things that he has been able to say, including, but not limited to, what was it? Israelis like to build, Arabs like to live in sewage, and bomb things. If I recall, that was a famous Ben Shabibo quote. Like, or when he wrote about literally doing a final solution on all the Arabs, all the Palestinians living in Palestine, in an effort to make sure that that Israel ethno-state could exist. He wrote this back in 2003 in Town Hall. So, you know, all of this stuff, he enjoyed being able to spread fascist propaganda about Israel because people didn't turn around and go, what the fuck are you talking about? This is kind of unacceptable. Because being on the side of the Palestinian struggle, or even admitting that Palestinians are humans, anything beyond saying like every Palestinian is a fucking terrorist that deserves to die, was met with so much aggression. Okay? So much aggression by the American media. This tweet from Ben Shapiro has been withheld in Germany, France, based on local laws. Israelis like to build, Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage. This is not a difficult issue. Hashtag settlements rock. Censorship. Absolutely incredible censorship. I cannot believe that these communist nations like France and Germany would dare stop me from being able to say true things that are psychopathic. Hold on, I gotta block this person. Dude, like, god damn, nothing more annoying than fucking annoying ass like salespeople that fucking just spam you with shit. Okay. France just made demonstrations for Palestine illegal. Oh my god, dude. Okay. The French Interior Minister has issued a blanket ban on protests in solidarity with Palestine. For months, Emmanuel Macron's government has joined the far right in denouncing Islamo-leftism, a war on anti-racist movements that is now undermining basic civil liberties. It's great, dude. Obviously, these guys
will make excuses for any level of violence in the same way that members of the radical Democratic Party make excuses for people burning down cities and murdering people. In the United States, they make excuses for Hamas firing rockets indiscriminately into civilian areas. Now, again, this is all anti-factual. Sumya Santosh is a 32-year-old Indian woman who, in order to care for her 9-year-old boy, found work in Ashkelon caring for an 80-year-old woman. And she was blown up by Hamas, like yesterday. 19-year-old...
Wait, if Ben tried to do an accounting of all the people that died in Israeli rocket fire, this video would be literally like 40 minutes long for the record. 2 women died in Israel yesterday. They died when they fell, and this is not even a joke. Like, and by the way, it's still fucking horrible, obviously. But 2 women died in Israel yesterday as they fell when they were escaping to a bomb shelter. For the record. And that is because of the Iron Dome. And I don't even have a problem with the Iron Dome. I've talked about how fucking wonderful it is and how wild it is. But he's going to list all the Palestinians he considers people. Yeah.
Yehuda Guetta from Libya was shot and killed earlier this week by a Palestinian American named Muntasser Shalabi, who's motivated, according to his neighbors, by equal parts Jew hatred and heavy gambling deaths.
Wait, what? What the fuck's he talking about? Is he like bringing up... Dude, I mean, Israelis fucking died in the past couple of days. Like, you don't have to go and like... What? You don't have to go and find like other instances where like a Palestinian person like murdered an Israeli person or something. Like, you don't have to bring up like random acts of fucking violence. Like, there's already like Hamas rockets that fucking killed Israeli people. It's so weird that he's just like...
Deaths. According to Tablet Mag, the basic attempt to conflate American racial politics with the Middle East is not only intellectually dishonest, but has terrible motivations. Okay, and this is, by the way, why you are seeing Jews getting beat up in different places in the United States. Yesterday in Florida, there was a truck that was driving around to Jewish rallies that saying Hitler was right. Okay, the conflation between anti-Zionism and anti...
What the fuck? Dog, are you fucking insane? Are you insane, dude? I wonder I wonder in Florida, the guy who was saying Hitler was right, I wonder what his political motivations were. He was probably a Ben Shapiro watcher, you fucking jackass. Now that's one. Those are your people, you fucking piece of shit. That's one. And two, like, imagine fucking creating a ground for so many white supremacists to pop up on YouTube in your fucking alt-right pipeline and then getting upset when they come out against you because you're Jewish. So that's one, okay? And two, the literal Trump supporters, okay? The left murders Nazis. The left doesn't create Nazis, you fucking idiot, okay? And what I am confused by is, like, he's, like, trying to claim that this is creating, like, what, anti-Semitism among Nazis in America, in Florida? Like, what the fuck kind of take is this, dude? Yeah, fuck those Nazis, okay? Except when I call motherfuckers like that Nazis, Ben is literally the first person on the line to be like, hold on now, hypothetically, what if this person wasn't anti-Semitic, and only demonstrated their white supremacist attitudes towards Muslims and blacks, which I agree with, in which case they probably should not be robbed of their youth and robbed of their future. Hypothetically speaking, we should protect the freedom of speech of these people, unless they are anti-Semitic, in which case, hypothetically speaking, then fuck them. Yeah, Palestinians cause Charlottesville. Ben's about to be like, all of these... yeah, he's... Hold on, here. This is me doing my Ben Shapiro, my Ben Shapiro here, okay? Hypothetically, ladies and gentlemen, hypothetically, what you are seeing here are a bunch of Palestinians saying Jews will not replace us. Hypothetically, none of these people are actually Ben Shabibo fans, but instead they are all technically Palestinians. Look, here's another photo of a bunch of Palestinians. Do you see this? Look at all these Palestinians here. Actually, yeah, like literal neo-Nazis, dude. Hitler was right. Neo-Nazis arrive at pro-Israel rally in van covered with hate speech. We rally for peace in this van filled with hate. Call for genocide. Threads keep circling. Thank you for our local law enforcement. No, but guys, these guys wearing SS t-shirts, I mean, they're Palestinians. Guys, obviously, I mean, they have a Palestinian flag, hypothetically, so they must be Palestinians. I mean, look at them. They seem to be really big advocates of Palestine. I mean, look at this, dude. Like, how can you look at this story and be like, I can't believe that the Palestinians would do this? Master race. Why is everybody who says master race looks like they Heil Hitler, dude? Literally, everyone who's master race is just fucking... Sorry to say this. People are going to get mad because I'm like ugly shaming or whatever, or body shaming, but like, god damn, dude. Just fucking hit the gym first. You know what I mean? Not to sound too much like Jordan Peterson, but honestly, just find your fucking chin, dog, okay? Just find your chin first, and then maybe then you can at least act like, you know, there's like some fucking supreme behavior going on there. Motherfuckers look like they hate Hitler. Anyway, Ian Miles Chong said they had gay power written on front. Yeah, dude, these guys definitely seem like a bunch of Palestinian and LGBT activists and not a bunch of fucking Nazis, dude. God damn, dude. Also, it's not saying gay. It's like they're saying like they're crossing out gay, I think. Oh, it's saying goy. It's not saying gay power. It's saying goy power. Oh, never mind. Oh, it says goy power. That's saying goys. Yeah. The Dersh had some fucking takes on Bernie. Very exciting that the definitely not a pedophile Alan Dershowitz was dusted off the shelf to come back and attack fucking Bernie Sanders. But before we watch this, boys, it is fucking top of the hour. And what that means is there's a 60-second ad break coming to you right now. So we're going to watch that. But, or wait, we're going to finish the Ben Shabibo video really quickly. But before we finish the Ben Shabibo video, here's the ad break. If you don't want to see the fucking ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Here's the 1-minute ad. Now I have to pee really bad.
Anti-Semitism. Not everybody who doesn't like Israel is an anti-Semite, but every anti-Semite is anti-Israel. Okay, so it's pretty incredible to see these narratives trotted out. Perhaps the dumbest narrative, of course, is the narrative trotted out by Trevor Noah. So yesterday, Trevor Noah literally said that Israel should stop defending itself because they're too good at defending themselves.
Just personally, I cannot watch that footage and hear those numbers and see a fair fight. Like, set aside motives and intentions and just look at technology alone. Israel has one of the most powerful militaries in the world. And I know that people are going to hate me for this, but I just want to ask an honest question here. If you are in a fight where the other person cannot beat you, how hard should you retaliate when they try to hurt you?
As hard as you need to make them stop hurting you. Also, by hurt you, I think that he is making a pretty significant category error here. There's a difference between a child trying to physically harm me and a terrorist group firing rockets at people and murdering them. The answer is as much as you need to do to stop Hamas's capacity to commit terror attacks. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised because the entire American left has also decided that if a black girl swings a knife at another black girl, the cop shouldn't shoot her because of power imbalance or some such nonsense. None of this is shocking. It's just morally blind. And moral blindness is the name of the game when it comes to the American and international left. The battle for the culture is heating up. We here at the Daily Wire are making some big moves. So be sure to like.
Okay, I got to run that back. Sorry. I'm sorry. The battle for the culture.
Hey, and this is, by the way, why you are seeing Jews getting beat up in different places in the United States.
My favorite part was just as I got up to pee, Ben Shapiro said, he said, not all anti-Zionists are anti-Semites, but all anti-Semites are anti-Zionist. And that is the funniest lie that Ben has ever told, okay? Like, literally, Viktor Orban is right there, okay? I mean, fucking Bibi Netanyahu himself could be considered anti-Semitic. Or no, he didn't say anti-Zionist, sorry. He said all anti-Semites are... He said anti-Semites are anti-Israel? No, he didn't say all anti-Semites are anti-Israel.
Yesterday in Florida, there was a truck that was driving around to Jewish rallies that saying Hitler was right. Okay, the conflation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. Not everybody who doesn't like Israel is an anti-Semite, but
he said not everybody who doesn't like Israel is an anti-Semite. Okay, true.
Anti-Semite is anti-Israel.
But every anti-Semite is anti-Israel. It's literally not true. Yeah, I Are you guys not understanding, or am I not understanding? Or did I say it incorrectly?
Anti-Semite, but every anti-Semite.
He said not everybody who doesn't like Israel is an anti-Semite. He's saying that, yeah, I heard it correctly. I guess I misspoke. He said not everybody who likes Israel is an anti-Semite, which is true. Okay, but every anti-Semite is anti-Israel, and that is not true. There are plenty.
Semite is anti-Israel. Okay, so it's pretty.
There are plenty of anti-Semites that love Israel. Okay, there are a lot of anti-Semites that fucking love Israel. You said Zionist instead of Israel? Yeah, I think I said Zionist instead of Israel. And that's what threw people off. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Ben has literally defended anti-Semites and their anti-Semitism because they're pro-Israel. Like, anti-Semites love Israel. It's like Israel fucking is killing Muslims, which anti-Semites obviously fucking also hate Muslims a lot of times. And also, it's a place for all the Jews to go to. Like, so, no, it's like a double whammy for a fuckload of anti-Semites, dude. I mean, Richard Spencer is a fucking Nazi who's like pro-Jewish state.
Pretty incredible to see these narratives trotted out. Perhaps the dumbest narrative, of course, is the narrative trotted out by Trevor Noah. So yesterday, Trevor Noah literally said that Israel should stop defending itself because they're too good at defending themselves.
Just personally, I cannot watch that footage and
I mean, he
hear
kind
those
of did
numbers
say that.
and see a fair fight.
He kind of did say that.
Like, set aside motives and intentions and just look at technology. Technology alone. Israel has one of the most powerful militaries in the world. And I know that people are going to hate me for this, but I just want to ask an honest question here. If you are in a fight where the other person cannot beat you, how hard should you retaliate when they try to hurt you?
As hard as you need to make them stop hurting you. Also, by hurt you, I think that he is making a pretty significant category error here. There's a difference between a child trying to physically harm me and a terrorist group firing rockets at people and murdering them. The answer is,
Yeah, the answer is Israel is doing exactly that, but in a way that is so disproportionate and so unacceptable. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad that Ben, in the end, comes around to accepting that Israel's brutality needs to end.
Need to do to stop Hamas's capacity to commit terror attacks. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised because the entire American left has also decided.
Sorry, I didn't realize Ben was just advocating for self-defensive genocide.
That if a black girl swings a knife at another black girl, the cop shouldn't shoot her because of power imbalance or some such nonsense. None of this is shocking. It's just morally blunt.
Oh, he just fucking made up a new thing. Okay. Why rockets are raining down on innocent Israelis? Oh, God. Okay, I can't. One is enough, I think. I can't do another one. Okay, I'll do another one. I'm like actually worried he's going to show fucking blood or some shit, though. Hold on.